A very good morning to one and all. Participants, hope you all are ready for a great GLP workshop. A warm welcome on behalf of Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, Nasik. I am Dr. Supriya Dhakne Palve, Professor and Head of IME Triple T, MUHS Nasik. And we have with us respected Dean Academics, Dr. Mrunal Patil Madam from MUHS, and respected Dr. Jayanti Shastri Madam, who is of course, a microbiologist and our honored chair professor in infectious diseases. I welcome you both, ma'am, and we will be joined by esteemed MUHS dignitaries for the inauguration. We have not planned a pre-test today. So I see Dr. Rajeshri Bogade, madam, has also joined, our first speaker. A warm welcome to you as well, ma'am. And without delaying, I think if madam is ready, ma'am, shall we start your session?
Yeah, VC ma'am had good morning all of you. VC ma'am had just texted what time she should join and exactly what time is the inauguration. So I told her at 10 a.m.
Yes, ma'am. So then we will proceed with first session, which will.
We should.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So we have Dr. Joymita Malik and Dr. Ashwathi Vijay from JJ Micro Department, the residents, as our anchors for today. So over to you, Joymita and Ashwathi, for the further proceedings.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good morning, all. It is my honor to welcome Dr. Rajeshri Bogade, Assistant Professor at Department of Biochemistry at our very own Grand Government Medical College and Sir JJ Group of Hospitals, Mumbai. Ma'am has a commendable teaching experience of 15 years, and ma'am is currently in charge of the Central Biochemistry Laboratory at JJ Hospital itself. Ma'am has a total of 10 publications to her credit. We welcome you, ma'am, and we are looking forward to your session. Ma'am, I would request you to please share your screen.
And once again, a sincere appeal to all participants, please join with your official names. We will not be able to cross-check your attendance, and unfortunately, even if you attend the full time, I don't know who is this Zoom user. Yesterday also, multiple times I was messaging people singularly and nobody was renaming themselves. So very sorry if we won't be able to give you certificates in spite of attending.
It's not a norm to have pre-test posted for GLP, is it?
No, ma'am, we could have had, but because of the time constraints, we didn't. But I'm planning to conduct a assessment at the end of the workshop. There will be an assessment, ma'am.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
And whether the screen is shared, can any all of you can see it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Now, can we start then?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead. Yes.
Okay. So, good morning, all of you. So today we are going to have a different sessions on the GCLP, and my first session will be on the overview of GCLP. Okay. So over the years, the clinical laboratories have gained tremendous importance in healthcare services, laboratory investigations, healthcare services. The laboratory investigations are essential for medical diagnosis in patient care as well as the medical research. The reliability of those laboratory data or report is therefore of paramount importance. The good clinical laboratory practices is essential to be implemented in the field of medical research and healthcare services to ensure the reliability of laboratory data. Along with this, we know the terms like GCP and GLP, which are also there. And GCP deals with the good clinical practices. There is no involvement of any laboratory investigations, no guidelines for the laboratory investigation. And one more is the GLP, that is good laboratory practices, where there is no involvement of the healthcare services or the tests that are involved in the involved for the diagnostic purposes. Way back, way back in 1970s, US FDA investigated several cases of poor practice in certain laboratories in USA. The investigations in 40 toxicology laboratories revealed many cases of poorly managed studies, poor personnel training, and some cases of deliberate fraud. And in view of this, US FDA put forth the guidelines for the laboratory services first time. After that, in 2003, in 2003, GCLP guidelines were introduced by British Association of the Research Quality Assurance, which were further modified in 2004. Then, keeping in this view, ICMR developed the guidelines for GCLP in year 2008. And this document has now been revised as Guidelines for Good Clinical Laboratory Practices 2021. One major addition in the scope of updated guidelines of 2021 is the inclusion of updated guidelines in the inclusion of the clinical research involving the human participant. The guidelines are also projected to establish the facilities with evolving strategies in pre-examination, examination, that is pre-analytical, analytical processes of the samples in clinical research and testing laboratories to assure the quality, reliability, and integrity of the data which is generated. In India, the National Accreditation Board of Testing and Calibration Laboratories, that is NABL, has been providing accreditation services to medical laboratories based on international standard, that is ISO 15189 2012, which specifies the requirements for the competence and quality that are particular to the medical laboratories. Today, we are going to have the overview of the guidelines which are there in GCLP 2021. Now, the purpose of the GCLP is to cover the quality management of the clinical studies as well as the laboratory studies which are involved in the diagnostic purposes. The aim is to promote the quality and validity of the test data. Why we need the GCLP, certain guidelines, why they are needed? So that if we use the GCLP guidelines, it will limit the wastage of the resources, it will ensure the high quality of the results, it will ensure the comparability of the results, it may promote the mutual recognition of the results. The fundamental aspects of the good laboratory practice not only covers the resources, but it also gives the guidelines for the test articles, identification, quality test system, then documentation, the data integrity, its confidentiality, quality assurance. All these aspects are covered in the good laboratory practices which are proposed in 2021. GCLP defines the working environment. It helps us to plan, to perform, and to report the different laboratory results and to monitor these results and how to archive these results so that they can be used further. Thus, the objectives of the GCLP make sure that the data submitted are a true reflection of the results that are obtained during the study. GCLP also makes sure that data is traceable. It promotes the international very important. It promotes the international acceptance of the test. These are the different contents of the GCLP 2021 guidelines, which covers many points, and these are all helpful for the proper results, accurate results, which are released by the laboratory. And some of the we are going to see the overview of some of the points, and the details of these points will be covered in the coming sessions throughout the day. So first of all, the scopes of GCLP extend to all clinical laboratories which are engaged in human sample analysis for patient treatment, then diagnosis, prevention, and clinical research, such as the microbiology laboratory, serology laboratory, hematology, blood banking, molecular biology, molecular pathology, clinical pathology, then clinical biochemistry, both routine as well as the immunoassay, you can say. So special investigations, histology, cytopathology, and genetics. So the scope is all the laboratories that are involved in the healthcare system. According to the new guidelines of 2021, it has classified the laboratories into different levels like small, medium, large, very large, and multiple location laboratories based on the samples from the number of the patients participants per day. The guidelines are outlined in detail regarding the requirement of the location, size, design, then the laboratories, various facilities that are required. Various facilities that are required for the proper functioning of the laboratories and the storage of samples, reagent, consumables, records that play an important role in the organization and functioning of the laboratories. So according to these guidelines, the laboratories can be classified as primary level laboratories and secondary level, tertiary level, and the laboratories that are associated with the medical colleges usually come under the tertiary level. So according to these laboratories, different capacity and infrastructure guidelines as well as the clinical lab services guidelines are given in the GCLP document. The infrastructure of the laboratory varies with the requirement of the clinical research and services provided by the laboratory, but the basic requirement should meet the regulatory and international standards. The infrastructure of laboratory directly impacts the quality research data, efficiency, and safety of the laboratory workers. The good laboratory design should consider the signages. It should consider the uninterrupted power supply, the laboratory grade water for the examination purpose. So how it should be made available, laboratory grade water, how it should be made available. Then the communication facilities which are required in the laboratory so that the laboratory persons can communicate with the referral centers. Then lab areas containing the carcinogen, radioisotopes, biohazards, and lasers should be properly marked with the appropriate warning signs to avoid the contamination of the basic infrastructure facilities should have separate designated areas. So according to the requirement, the reception area should be it should have distinct separation reception area, then a specimen collection area, you can say, then the privacy for the special purposes for the facilities for the disabled person. There should be separate area for the examination work, that is pre-analysis area should be different, analytical area should be different. The space for handling the radioactive material should be separate from other area. The waste disposal facility, including the biomedical waste facility, should be properly defined. So these are the different infrastructure guidelines which are given in the document. In addition to this, the guideline also proposes the storage facility, storage facility including the cold storage wherever it is required, storage facility for the reagent consumables, then storage for the record or archive room, you can see. Then the restricted access should be there or only authorized personnel should have the access to the examination area or record keeping area or the information system. These are all guidelines, these all points are mentioned in detail in the guideline 2021. So in short, this is the infrastructure model for any laboratory. Now the second point that is covered in next point that is covered in the GCLP guideline is regarding the personnel. The personnel are the most important laboratory resources. Each laboratory should designate a head of the laboratory, that is laboratory director, who is responsible for overall operation, administration of the laboratory, including the employment of the competent personnel, then the equipment, the safety, laboratory policies, quality processes, all testing and test reports. So everything should come under the guidance of the laboratory director, and the laboratory director can be a head of the department, or he or she can be the in charge of the laboratory. Then one more additional point which is mentioned in 2021 guideline is the role of the quality manager. Quality manager should be designated to independently monitor and maintain the quality management system in a regular manner. He or she should report to the management of the laboratory for functions related to the quality management system. So he will communicate with the persons who are technical personnel or technicians who are working in the laboratory, whether they are work, the quality results are produced, and he will convey those messages to the laboratory director. And again, the necessary things can be done with the help of laboratory director. So involvement of the quality manager is important as aspect for the clinical laboratories. Then the laboratory personnel or technical personnel shall follow the quality policies and procedures in their daily work routine as described in the laboratory developed quality manual. The strength of the staff employed should be appropriate to the level of facility and workload of the laboratory, and which is very difficult as far as the government laboratories are concerned. So laboratory director, quality manager, and technical persons or laboratory personnel are the key personnel in the working of laboratory. Training is a process to provide the knowledge and develop the skill in order to meet the requirement. Personnel should be appropriately trained to achieve quality outcomes in the laboratory and produce the accurate, reliable, and timely test results. It is very important that the technicians or the technical staff working in the laboratory must be trained. Again, the training can be of two types. One is the induction training. Training is given, the induction training is given at the time of joining. It provides the newly joined person with the better understanding of the role he or she is going to play in helping the organization or laboratory to achieve its goals. So initial training or induction training is important, and it should cover the applicable policies, processes, and procedures and the requirements for the laboratory. Second is the on the job training. All laboratory personnel involved in the specimen collection or the processing area, examination, and reporting area should take the GCLP training. The frequency of this training must be sufficient to ensure that employees remain familiar with these guidelines or the GCLP requirements applicable to them. Only training is not sufficient. Next, it should be evaluated. The evaluation of the training, evaluation can be done post-training after some duration to see effective implementation and understanding. Again, the competency assessment has to be done. The laboratory should conduct the periodic competence assessment of all personnel. Preferably, it should recommended that preferably it should be once a year. Competency assessment should be done to ensure that the personnel maintain their competency to perform the assigned job promptly and accurately without errors. So on the job training and the evaluation as well as the competence assessment keep the knowledge of the technical persons updated. So new technology or new instrument or new methods, when they are introduced, the training should be given to those technical persons, which is, these are the recommendations by GCLP in 2021 guidelines. So this is regarding the personnel. Then it also mentions, the guidelines also mentions a few points regarding the equipments that are used in clinical laboratory. Each laboratory should prepare a list of equipments which are required for functioning of the laboratory depending on the type of the test performed. So the list of the equipment for the biochemistry laboratory or for the microbiology laboratory or for the hematology laboratory will depend on the test profile that they are going to perform. So equipment should include the hardware and software of the instruments, measuring systems, and laboratory information systems. So all these come under the laboratory equipment. A laboratory equipment should be of adequate capacity to meet workload requirement. Equipment should be suitably located in the laboratory so as to allow the accessibility and utilization for the technical person. So keep having the laboratory instrument in proper amount or adequate with the adequate capacity, and keeping those instruments at appropriate places is important. The equipment should be selected to meet the requirements of the laboratory in terms of design and capacity. So depending on the workload which is there for the laboratory, the throughput, or you can say the capacity of the instrument must be decided. All equipments which are used should be qualified before it is put in the clinical use. Like the qualification, like installation qualification, IQ, then OQ, operational qualification, performance qualification. So all equipment should be in good condition at all times. The periodic inspection, cleaning, and maintenance of the equipment should be done, which is important for running the instrument in a proper condition and give the correct results. If there is any fault in the instrument, the reports may vary. It may give the false results. Maintenance should be done as recommended by the manufacturer or as required. All equipment should undergo the regular preventive maintenance, calibration, and verification. An equipment logbook should be maintained for all equipments. So, chart is given in this 2021 guidelines, which says to mention the condition of the instrument, name of the instrument, then the contact persons associated with that instrument, whether the AMC or CMC is done or not, and when it is done, then which are the problems that are observed, how it is rectified, whether the parts are replaced, and any remark by the technical person or the quality manager, we should be addressed or should be given written in this logbook. In addition to this, the logbook also should address the problem which are encountered day to day, and the service which are carried out. Then spare parts, if they are replaced, again the remarks are needed. So the equipment logbook maintenance is very important. Emergency and breakdown logbook maintenance is important for the laboratories, so as to see the proper functioning of the instruments and equipments. Even the condemnation or disposal of the equipment should be done with the proper guidance, under the proper guidance of laboratory director or the engineers or the manufacturers. So there should be a specific SOP for the condemnation or disposal of the equipment. The equipments that are not in the use and they are not no more useful for giving the results, they should be condemned or they should be disposed of. And their specific SOP should be there for the condemnation and the disposal of the equipment. The next point in GCLP guideline is regarding the reagents, kits, and materials. The use, maintenance, and storage of reagents, kits, materials, or consumables form the major part of the basic infrastructure for the smooth functioning of the diagnostic and clinical research laboratory. These kits, chemicals, and consumables are very, very important. All reagents, kits, and materials should be of standard quality, and they should be supplied from a reputed supplier. The quality of the newly purchased reagent should be verified against the suitable control and reference material and or the retained sample prior to use. For the reagent, the description of the reagent, kits, or materials in terms of the name, their batch or catalog number, the date of manufacture, the date of expiry should be available in the inventory log register. So like the equipment log register, there should be a kits register or kit log register, which should include the batch number, lot number, or catalog number, the date of manufacture, number of the kits that are available. So this should be there in the kits logbook. The details relevant to the usage, like a sensitivity of the kit, the specificity of the method, then the measuring range, shelf life of the reagent should be labeled or it should be mentioned in the SOP. Labeling of the reagent is very important. These reagents should be stored at appropriate temperature as defined or as suggested by the manufacturer. Labeling of the reagents, bottles or containers or the kits and chemicals plays an indispensable role in the safe and accurate testing. So it is very important to correctly label the kits, consumables and chemicals. Otherwise, there can be misuse of the reagents and the results may go wrong. So at least the information which is there, which should be there on the kits and consumable containers will be the name of the reagent, then the date of the receiving or date of opening of the reagent bottle, then the strength of the concentration, strength or concentration of the reagent, then the storage conditions at which it should be stored, either at the room temperature or at the 2 to 8 degrees centigrade or below 8 degrees, below 2 degrees centigrade. Whatever is there, it should be mentioned on the kits. The date of expiry is important. Then the onboard expiry is one more thing, and opened shelf life of the opened kit and shelf life of the unopened kit is different from one another. So it should also be considered. And after opening the kit, it should be signed by the authorized person, or at least the initial should be written. Then all reagents, consumables, stains, media, kits, antimicrobials should be stored as recommended by the manufacturer. So the storage of the reagents or kits, consumables at particular temperature, at appropriate temperature is very, very important. Again, water quality should be checked during the use of these reagents and kits. So for its grade, the water quality should be checked for its grade and the presence of interfering elements. The distilled or deionized water should be used for the testing. So if water purifier is used for the preparation of the distilled water, then the maintenance of this deionizer plant or distillation plant is also an important concern with the reagents, kits, and chemicals. All the radioactive materials should be used or stored or disposed as per the standard guidelines of Atomic Energy Regulatory Board. But nowadays, most of the laboratories, or at least the clinical laboratories, radioactive materials are not used. Mostly the tests are done without using the radioactive material. Earlier, it was used in the laboratories like estimation of thyroid hormones or different fertility hormones. So at that time, the radioactive material was being used, but nowadays the sophisticated method like ELISA or chemiluminescence are available, so there is no more use of the radioactive materials. So whatever the reagents and kits consumables are there, they should be labeled properly, kept at the appropriate temperature, and used for the processing. Now, laboratory working or the testing system. Laboratory working or testing system can be divided into three phases, like pre-examination process, examination process, or post-examination process. And it can also be called as the pre-analytical part, pre-analytical processes, analytical processes, and post-analytical processes. So first is the pre-examination or pre-analytical processes. Pre-examination is the biggest contributor to the laboratory errors, and hence it is important to give the adequate focus and monitoring to ensure the accurate result generation by the laboratory. Most of the errors that occur in the laboratory are due to the pre-analytical errors. There are some mistakes during the pre-analytical phase and which lead to the wrong results, or wrong results are seen because of the pre-analytical errors. So care should be taken in the pre-examination process. In pre-examination process, the first important point is the patient preparation. Patient preparation as per the prescription or the requirement is the first important step in the sample collection. And if it is ignored, if it is not taken care of, then it could be a source of variation. For example, some tests like blood glucose estimation. And for this estimation, the patient need to be in the fasting condition. For hormone analysis, their specific timings are required. So it should be considered while patient, when the samples are collected, and patient preparation is very, very important. Then next is the primary sample collection. Primary sample collection for this is SOP, standard operating procedure should be made available. Whoever is collecting the sample for all personnel at the collection site, and they should be well trained to follow these steps. Then certain devices need to be used for the primary sample collection. That standard precautions should be followed during the specimen collection. The specimen collection devices which are used should be of standard make, and if not, they should be verified before the use. The closed system, nowadays we use the evacuated collection devices for the specimen collection, and it has many advantages, and it is generally preferred over the syringe and needle. But wherever these automated devices are not, evacuated collection devices are not available, then syringe and needle can also work, but the precautions should be taken same both for the evacuated devices or the syringes and needles. Specimen must be collected and labeled and handled and transported in a manner as recommended by the manufacturer of the device or the kit which is used. Then is after the sample collection, labeling of the sample and the documentation is again important. Specimens should be labeled with at least 2 unique identifiers like name, age, and if barcodes are available, they may reduce the errors. But most of the times, barcoding system is not available in government hospitals. So at least the tube, the label should include the patient name, handwritten patient name, age, or gender, then patient ID, or you can say sample ID, then the tests which are requested, and the time and date of the specimen collection. Sample labeling and documentation should be followed. So it is next will be followed by the requisition form. The test request form is an important. So these are the tests or tubes which are used. Specified tubes are required for hematology investigation. For biochemistry, plain tubes and chloride tubes are required. required. For hematology, the citrate tubes are required. Then for histopathology, samples should be collected in a proper manner. For microbiology, also sterile containers are needed, and these care should be the care should be taken while collecting the specimen sample for the respective test. Then after the sample labeling and the documentation, the field requisition form should be submitted along with the specimen. This requisition form should be filled by the clinicians, and it must include the detailed clinical and radiological history, including the pre-operative and post-operative diagnosis. It is recommended. So it will be helpful for the release of the reports. The requisition form should be completed by the doctor or health worker requesting test, and it should be sent along with the specimen to the laboratory. It should contain the patient's identity, the age, location, date, and the name of the tests which are requested. Then the source of the sample. So it should be, and this form should be signed by the phlebotomist as well as by the clinicians. And the provisional or working diagnosis or query diagnosis, you can say, and the relative and relevant clinical and treatment history should be mentioned in the space which is provided. So format of the requisition form or test report form is also given in the 2021 guidelines. Then comes the transportation to the laboratory. When the samples are collected in the field or outside the laboratory, sometimes the collection area is different and the processing area is different in most of the hospitals. So when the samples are collected in the field or outside of the laboratory, the samples need to be transported for the analysis to the laboratory. And the transport of the sample should be managed as per the standard operating procedure. So SOP should be there, how the sample should be transported. The transportation of the sample to the lab should be as early as possible by the responsible persons. Then proper guidance should be provided to the persons who are transporting the samples to the lab to avoid any delay, providing the proper sized bottles according to the size of the specimen in case of histopathology or the cytology, and specimen should be advised for the easy removal of the specimen. During the transport of the sample, the different points should be considered, like analytical stability. So if the sample, there should not be delay. Otherwise, the results of a particular analyte may not be correct due to its instability. So analyte stability should be considered. Then temperature requirement. Even some analytes get affected by the changes in the temperature, so that should be considered. So any preservative is required. The preservation processes need to be considered while transporting the sample. Then photosensitivity, if it is involved, it should be considered. The integrity and stability of the sample is also important. It should be considered. Then the specific packaging requirements, if they are needed, they should be considered. The timeliness, so it should be transported as early as possible. Safety of the personnel handling the sample is again an important point while transporting the sample, and the tracking system of the sample should also be considered. So when the samples are transported from the OPD or you can say the collection area to the laboratory area, it should be tracked properly. It should not go away from here and there. So these are certain guidelines for the transportation of the sample. Now from the laboratory point of view, how the samples are received in the laboratory. So when the samples came to the laboratory, all the specimens should be checked when received for the fitness for testing, and these check should include the appropriate container, whether it is given in the appropriate container. For the biochemistry, it should be in the plain tube, or for hematology, it should be in the EDTA tube or citrate tube. So should be in the appropriate container. The quantity or the volume of the sample, blood sample or urine sample, should be appropriate. So otherwise the result will be given as a quantity insufficient. So while receiving the sample, that point should be considered. Then the temperature when the sample is received, what was the temperature? It should be considered. Quality of the samples. In case of tissue sample, the quality of sample should be checked. And if there is any leakage, that also should be considered. It should be seen and it should be recorded. So overall, everything should be recorded, documented as is suggested by the 2021 guidelines. The record should be maintained for the acceptance or rejections of all samples received in the laboratory as per the predefined criteria. As per the predefined criteria. If the laboratory rejects any sample, a communication should be made to the patient or to the doctor, and there is a need for the recollection. Laboratory should exercise the utmost care. So care should be taken in the collection of precious samples like histopathology or CSF, whose recollection is either not possible or it is very difficult. So utmost care should be taken while collecting these type of sample. Laboratory should maintain a record of the specimens which are rejected prior to the analysis, and the rejection details along with the reasons for rejection should be maintained. And the format is given as annexure number 4 in 2021 guidelines. So it should have the serial number, which is the sample type of the specimen, reason, what is the specific reason for the rejection, whether it is a wrong container or whether it is a quantity insufficient sample or it is a hemolyzed sample. So that should be mentioned. The remarks will be given and it should be duly signed with the responsible person. So this format is given and it should be maintained by each laboratory. The specimen rejection details can be used by laboratories to identify the need and areas of the personal training. So when the rejected samples are more, then we must say that there is a need for the personal training. So something is going wrong while collecting the samples by the phlebotomist or by the persons who are collecting the sample in the IPDs or the patients. So care should be taken. They should be again treated. They should be again trained. So this rejection details will give us an idea about that. The specimen rejection criteria should always be upfront mentioned in the SOPs of the respective test. So laboratory must have their defined rejection criteria, and terms for the rejection samples may include the unlabeled sample. So the requisition form is there, but the sample is not labeled, so we cannot accept it. So unlabeled sample, broken or leaking of the container is again a rejection criteria. Non-fasting sample, if the blood fasting sugar is to be done, then hemolyzed samples are not acceptable. Then insufficient specimen volume for the test requested, prolonged transport time. These can be certain rejection criteria, and these can be defined by each laboratory. And these are not the limited one, but these should include all these criteria. And this should be mentioned in the rejection record. So the actions which are required to be taken for the rejected sample is, so if the sample is rejected, we are not able to take it by any reason, we should inform to the authorized person. Then we should request for, the laboratory should request for the another specimen and record the rejected specimen, retain the rejected specimen based on the preset criteria. After the pre-analytical part is the analytical part for the examination. The laboratory should select the examination procedures which have been verified and validated for their intended use. The kits, chemicals, or instruments which are validated for the purpose of the clinical use, they should be used. The methods which are certified, which are had approval of international certification, those should be used. Examination procedures should be documented. They should be documented. SOP should be prepared. SOP helps to ensure the uniformity, consistency, compliance with the regulations, then efficiency and quality output over the processes. The laboratory personnel must be well trained with the SOPs of the analytical process, analytical or things. SOPs will ensure the uniformity or consistency for the quality output and quality over the processes. The quality planning is concerned with the establishing and validating processes that meet the needs that meet our needs for the diagnostic purposes. The test procedure. The test procedure should include the name of the test, then the scope of the test, purpose of the examination, principle and method of the procedure, then the limit of detection. So sensitivity, you can say sensitivity and specificity. Sensitivity, then analytical measurement, measuring range, all these come under the examination procedures. And all these should be documented and verified. The post-analytical part is the release of the test result. The test reports, again, there is a format which is given in 2021 guideline. Test report should include the name and sample ID, then the date and time of the specimen collection, then time of the test done, then is the address of the laboratory, test results, methods, everything should be there and it should be duly signed. The laboratory should maintain the list of the tests with the critical values. It is very important with critical values, and they should provide the critical alert values to the clinicians on telephone. Like glucose value, if it goes for below 40 or 45 milligram per deciliter, the frozen sections of the biopsy report is required while operating a patient with this suspicion of cancer. So all these should be informed telephonically. So critical values should be informed to the clinical departments. So this covers the pre-analytical, post-analytical, and post-analytical part. Then comes, it has some guidelines for the safety in the lab. The personnel working in the laboratories may be exposed to the risk from various chemicals, infectious material, then fire hazard, electrical shock, gas leak, everything, because a laboratory uses the fire, electricity, then the infectious material, all each and every sample is considered to be as infectious sample. So the person who are working in the laboratory are at the risk. So the environment is also, even the environment is also at the risk for being contaminated by the hazardous materials and the waste generated in the laboratory. So the laboratory should prepare their own safety manual covering the hazard and their mitigation plan and train the staff for them. So the care should be taken there should be SOPs for the general safety measures. The laboratory personnel should use the personal protective equipments like aprons, then gloves. It should be followed on routine basis. Then glasses should also be used. Eye stations should be there. Then the precautions should be taken for the chemical safety. The chemicals, corrosive chemicals, flammable chemicals should be labeled and kept in a specified area. The electrical safety should be considered. The earthing. Earthing check can be done annually. Then whenever possible, using the extension board should be avoided. So all these electrical safety, fire safety, the fire extinguisher should be there and it should be accessible to the all personnel. So the standard guidelines for the safety measures should be followed in the lab. In addition to these, the biosafety precautions should also be taken. Laboratory facilities are designated as basic level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4. Biosafety level designations are based on a composite of design features, construction, containment facility equipment, practices and operational procedures which are required for working with agents from the various risk groups. As per the WHO guidelines, there are 4 different risk groups, like risk group 1, 2, 3, and 4. And according to these, the biosafety level requirements are also there for different laboratories. Here you can see the different biosafety level requirements for the risk group 1, 2, 3, and 4. In the last group, that is group 4, you can see everything is ticked here. So everything is there. Isolation of laboratory is essential, ventilation part. So inward airflow should be there, double door entry should be there, airlock should be there. So all these guidelines are given, and the laboratories that are associated with the tertiary, associated with the medical colleges or the hospitals, they should follow the guidelines for biosafety level 3 or 4. The next and most important part is the quality management. And I think this details of this quality management, the testing system and the quality management is going to be covered in the afternoon session, but we will have the overview of the quality management. Quality is the ability of a product or services in the laboratory. We can say the test results or the services to satisfy the stated or implied needs of the specific customer or the patient. Customer is the patient, achieved by confirming to establish the requirements and the standards. Quality is doing the right thing and doing those things right. So it is said that say what you do and do what you say and prove it. If we see the quality hierarchy, so quality control is there, quality assurance system is there, and quality management. So everything is totally in these 3 quality word is what is the difference? So quality control is used for a particular assay. Quality control materials are available by different manufacturers, which contain the different analytes we are analyzing in the blood sample, and these quality control materials are checked before the testing the patient's sample. The values of these quality control materials are known, and immediately our results or the laboratory results of the quality control material can be compared with the molecular, and if it matches with this, then the results of the patient are acceptable. So this is for a particular assay. Yes. Levision chart is the most common graphical tool to plot the daily QC values, quality control, and most of the quality analysis have inbuilt software to do this. And if it is not available, it can be done in the Excel sheet. Here you can see the details you are going to say after the session. With the in short, here you can see there is a green box and there is no standard deviations are there. The weight chart you have followed for analyzing this SJ chart. The different test rules like 1-2S, 2-2S, 1-3S, R4S, R10S, all these test rules are there, and each laboratory can define their own rules, test rules, which are to be followed for release of the result. Then is the quality assurance. Quality assurance is done by the third party. It is the evaluation of the participant. It is the evaluation of the participant performance against the pre-established criteria by means of inter-laboratory comparison. So a reference laboratory provides us a sample and we analyze that sample for the different analytes, but the values we don't use, and whatever other results are there, laboratory results are there, they are given to those, they are transported or given to those referral laboratories, and on that basis, the referral laboratory will give us the feedback. The participation of participation in the quality assurance program or external quality assessment program is the best measure of accuracy of the test in the clinical laboratories. It improves.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes.
Rajeshwari, ma'am, there is a lot of background noise. Voice is breaking, ma'am. It's not clear.
Okay. Now is it clear?
Yes, ma'am. Your voice is clear, but the
Ex-
background noise is still there.
Okay. What can I do? Just a minute.
You can adjust the microphone, I think.
So is it little bit less? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Your voice is clear
Oh,
now. Yes, ma'am. It has
okay.
decreased. Yes, yes.
It is ridiculous. Okay, okay. So quality assurance, participation of the in the quality assurance. Can I continue for 5 minutes still? Na? It's 10. Hello?
Yes, yes, ma'am. 5 minutes you may continue.
Yeah. Okay, okay. Just last few points are remaining. I will cover it in 5 minutes.
Okay.
So it is already 10, but try to cover in 5 minutes. Okay. So quality assurance will help us to assess the overall performance of the laboratory for each test. It serves as an early warning system for the problems. It will identify the systematic problems. It provides the objective evidence of the laboratory quality, and it also identifies the training needs. So the results, if they are not proper for the external quality assurance system, then the training can be done, and it can be corrected. Corrective actions can be done. So the quality management is nothing but the overall process of this quality control, internal quality control, external quality control, and the quality assurance system, participation in the quality assurance system, and it is done under the guidance of the quality manager of the laboratory. Now 2021 guideline has also mentioned regarding the audit. Now, what is the audit? Is a process of critical review of functioning and evaluation of the services. So, whatever the services are being given by the laboratory, they should be reviewed. So, internal audit is a process of comprehensive review of the functioning and evaluation of the processes. Effective internal audit will identify the problems and the weak points in the system and suggest the remedial measures. So, what corrective action needs to be taken? That will be done with the help of internal audit. The internal audit should be done by a person who has been trained as an auditor and who has been trained as a auditor. Then again, the 2021 guideline gives a format for the technical audit checklist. The annexure number 7, technical audit checklist need to be maintained by each laboratory. It includes whether the laboratory has the specified SOPs for the pre-analytical system, post-analytical system, equipment verification, equipment calibration. So everything whatever is done in the laboratory, it should have a SOP. So and these SOPs are there or not. So this should be the first checkpoint for the technical audit checklist. Then whether the internal QC data is maintained, whether the LJ charts are maintained, what are the reports of the external quality assurance system, then corrective actions which are taken when the quality control or the quality assurance outliers are seen, whether the sample handling, identification and storage, though whether these all annexures are maintained, the logbooks are maintained or not, measurement traceability is correct or not, that will be the one of the checklist point. Then data on the uncertainty of the measurement is again one more point in the technical audit checklist. Now we have done the test, we have processed the step test. Now the data is generated. Now these guidelines also gives some important points regarding the data management. Data integrity, data confidentiality is very, very important. Data integrity is defined as a paper-based. Nowadays, with this, since there is no HMI, so we are paper-based. So data integrity is defined as the paper-based or electronic data that is complete, accurate, consistent, and reliable through its life cycle from the time of data creation archival, scanning, retention, and up to destruction. So this is the integrity of the data should be maintained, and it should be monitored by keeping a check on the source of the data verification through good documentation practices. The data should be documented very properly. Then data access and control, the training of the personnel involved in the data collection, they should be properly trained, whoever is preparing the data. Then the data monitoring on site, centralized or risk based monitoring should be there. Then again here also the quality assurance is important. The confidentiality of the data should be maintained, including the interim data results throughout the processes. The ability to make any changes with the data, such as the changing or deleting or falsifying the data, should be restricted, and some authorized person should be able should be able to change the data, no other persons. These guidelines also give the points regarding the data security, which include the hardware security. The operating system should be up to date operating systems. There should be malware protection, virus protection. The instrument should be interfaced with the HMIS laboratory LIS or HMIS. Then there should be network security. Application security should be there. All applications should be password protected, password enabled as main method of the user authentication. Personal security is also considered. Security awareness training should be provided for all employees. The laboratory should have a functional plan to manage the data and ensure the continuity of the services in case of natural disasters like floods, earthquakes, and extensive fires. So disaster recovery plan also should be there in case of the natural disasters like floods, earthquakes, and extensive fires. So backup of the data should be kept. Then the laboratory record, all the released laboratory reports should be stored as per the national and regulatory requirements. They should be preserved for the said years as per the standard guidelines. The records can be maintained as physical copies, that is instrumental printouts or the registers, or it can be maintained through electronic LIS or HMIS. So these are the recommended guidelines for GCL, good laboratory practices, good clinical laboratory practices. So when you follow these guidelines, it will be helpful. The different benefits are there. So there will be, in case of facilities, better designing of the infrastructure can be done if the laboratory follows these guidelines. The proper biomedical waste management procedures can be followed. The improved electrical, chemical, and biosafety precautions can be taken. The improved sample collection, the procedures can be improved. The improved sample collections, labeling, transport, uniformity, and standardizations can be done. The patient care will be improved. Better patient safety will be seen by following these guidelines. Data handling, improved data integrity, and the security, confidentiality can be maintained. Proper dissemination of the new laboratory can be done. Laboratory information can be done. Good documentation, record keeping, and archiving procedures are also possible if the guidelines are followed. The proper training of the staff is important, and optimum resources are utilized. Again, lastly, the quality management. So improved reliability, reproducibility of the results can be seen. Decreased false positive results or false negative results. Validation of the laboratory equipments and reports. So overall, the number of benefits are there when the laboratory follows these guidelines, which are mentioned in 2021 documents. So it will help in the facilities for the personnel who are working in the laboratory, the testing procedures, risk management, and document handling, document management. So these are the different references on website. This 20 details of the complete booklet or details of the 2021 guidelines available on the ICMR website, which can be used for the laboratory. Can be used for the laboratories. So this is all about the overview of the laboratory GCLP, good clinical laboratory practices, and each one of will be discussed in the later sessions in the day. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Rajshri ma'am. Thank you so much for throwing light on the pre-analytical, analytical, and post-analytical phase of the sample processing, the need for good laboratory practices, and the standardization of labs, and the importance of documentation. Thank you, ma'am. I would request their queries in the chat box. Ma'am will be available to take your queries.
Supriya? Yeah, madam has
Joymita,
joined.
yes, ma'am. So while the participants are posting the listings, our dignitaries have joined for the inaugural function. So we will now begin with the inaugural function. A very good morning once again to one and all. And we have with us the chief guest of this inaugural function of second pre-conference workshop of the MUHS MARDCON 2024, the Good Laboratory Practices Workshop. We have with us our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Lieutenant General Dr. Madhuri Kanitkar, Madam. A warm welcome to respected Madam. We also have from University our Controller of Examinations, respected Dr. Kadu Sir. Respected Dean, Faculty of Medicine, Dr. Vitthal Dhadke Sir has also joined us. A warm welcome, Sir. Respected Dean Academics, Dr. Mrunal Patil, Madam. And respected Chair Professor, Dr. Jayanti Shastri, Madam is with us. And from GGMC, Grand Government Medical College and JJ Hospital, we have respected Deputy Dean, Dr. Gajanan Chauhan, Sir. I extend a warm welcome to all the dignitaries and of course our dear delegates. So with this, may I request Dr. Gajanan Chauhan, Sir, to please express his views. Dr. Gajanan Chauhan, Sir, can you unmute yourself? Dr. Abhijit,
Hello, ma'am.
yeah, we have Dr. Gajanan Chauhan, Sir, with us. Sir, can you please unmute and address the gathering?
I think Supriya madam, Gajanan Sawan sir has left.
No, sir is here, ma'am. Sir
Sir
is
is
here.
here,
I
I can
think
see him.
he is unable to unmute it.
Now
Like,
we have, yeah, he has unmuted, Abhijit.
yes, ma'am. Sir has been assigned as the co-host.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir.
We are not able to hear you, sir. Dr. Chauhan, sir. Uh, Dr. Chauhan, sir, are you able to? I think you are unmuted, but you are not audible.
Abhijit, call him up, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Chavan sir, if you could log out from this device and join from mobile, maybe that could help. IT team and Mr. Bhadane sir, please make Honorable VC Madam also a co-host. I think Madam has rejoined, so that Madam will be able to unmute herself. Dr. Abhijit, any updates from Chavan sir?
I think we can proceed if
Yeah.
he's not there.
Sir has rejoined. Shall we proceed, ma'am?
Yeah, has he joined? If he's not joined, please proceed because people get late, but your workshop has to continue, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, Dr. Chavan sir, we can see you. Are you able to unmute yourself?
Has he been made
Yes,
a
please.
co-host? Because then he can, yeah, he is
He's a
co-host
co-host.
and
Yes,
he is
ma'am.
unmuted also.
Yes. I guess, sir, now you are unmuted also from the other device, actually, sir. I can see that you have joined from two devices, but one device is unmuted. So can you try? Yes, Abhijit, sir has joined from mobile. I can see the two joining. Chavan, sir, you may log out from the PC and continue with mobile. Will that?
Supriya, I think we'll change the protocol. He will this thing out. I will say my few words and log out because I need to leave for Nasik.
Sorry, ma'am.
I've been
Yeah. Sorry to keep you waiting, ma'am.
from 9
Yes,
o'clock. So
yes,
yeah,
I'm
that's,
really
I
sorry,
think
ma'am.
that doesn't matter. This is not so formal. So we
Yes,
could have it and he can definitely address our Dean, Dr. Dhadke has joined.
yes, ma'am.
And people
I
can give
request Honorable, yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. So I request Honorable VC ma'am to please
Yeah,
address the
absolutely.
gathering.
Thank you so much. Firstly, a warm welcome to all the delegates who've joined in today. And I'm extremely happy that MARD has got together with MUHS to facilitate these workshops for all of you. Today, we have very special, besides all the faculty, we have our Dean of Medical Faculty, Vittal Dhadke here. We have the Dean of Academics at MUHS, Mrinal Patil. And of course, Supriya is taking the lead in converting, but there's another very special, that's Dr. Jayanti Shastri. She's our chair professor for infectious diseases and an expert in lab sciences who is sort of, coordinating and helping us run this workshop. And I'm sure all the delegates today is being the second day. Those who joined today must have heard that we would like to stick to time. And please do not log off because your certificates, which will be useful for you for appearing for the exam, which now NMC has made compulsory, will be issued based on your pre-test, post-test, whatever these things, and your attendance, which is being monitored during the whole thing and through links which will be sent intermittently at any time. So those who miss out on that will miss out on getting the certificate. But MUHS promises that we'll keep running such workshops and helping all our colleges so that every resident gets the opportunity to do. Now, that's one aspect, the NMC. But more important, you are going to be the future specialists who are going to be running laboratories, or going to be using laboratories, who are maybe going to run laboratories. So these are the places where, unless we have from the beginning a good knowledge of what we need to do, we don't get to this. So therefore, this workshop is very important. I can see the COE has also joined in. So I think this is so I wish all the delegates the very best, and please do continue. And Supriya, please let all the people, our experts, give their comments so that they can have an opportunity to reach out. And I'm very happy to see 454 logged in here, and I'm sure there's live streaming going on. So I'm very impressed. Again, my compliments to Abhijit and the MARD, who have organized such a wonderful conference, and we are sure MUHS is with you at all times. Thank you so much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your guiding and inspiring words. Thank you so much. And yes, we also have respected registrar sir has joined us. Welcome, sir. Dr. Rajendra Bangal sir, and respected Kadu sir has also joined us. A warm welcome to him. And I forgot to mention our central MARD representatives are here. Your organizing chairperson, Dr. Abhijit Hege, is here, and organizing secretary, Dr. Sarbik Day, and other central MARD representatives. So with the consent of Honorable VC Madam, may we declare this workshop formally open? Okay, Dr. Abhijit is requesting me to unmute Gajanan sir. IT team, can you make Dr. Gajanan Chauhan sir co-host? There are 2 logins from sir, so please make both the logins as co-host, please.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible. Yes, sir, please. Requesting you to please address on behalf of our co-host JJ.
I will first of all congratulate MUHS and the Central MARD for a good academic initiative for all the members of the MARD, Maharashtra Association of Resident Doctors. It is one of the prerequisites for appearing for the final MD examination. I wish all the best to the organizers and the Central MARD. Thank you.
Thank you. And now may I hand it over to Ms. Dr. Joymita and Dr. Ashwati for the further proceedings. And I thank all the dignitaries for gracing this inaugural ceremony. Thank you one and all. We will begin with the next session. Dr. Joymita and Dr. Ashwati, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. It is my honor to invite Dr. Naina Engole for her next session on overview of organization. Ma'am's area of interest is in virology, molecular biology, quality management, medical education, and bioethics. She has done clinical research training for AIDS researchers from Albert Einstein College of Medicine, New York. She has a postdoctoral fellowship in HIV/TB from New York University School of Medicine. She has an MBA in healthcare management from Institute of Technology and Management. She is an assessor of the National Accreditation Board for Testing and Calibration Laboratories, an assessor for the Tuberculosis and Culture Drug Sensitivity Laboratories. She is a faculty in Good Clinical Laboratory Practices, Viral Research and Diagnostic Laboratory Network. Ma'am has more than 30 peer-reviewed publications in national and international journals. Her projects include Viral Research and Diagnostic Laboratory under DHR ICMR, Regional Reference Center for HIV DNA PCR and HIV viral load testing under NACO, Diphtheria pertussis testing center under the WHO. We welcome you, ma'am. You may proceed with your session. I would request you to share your screen and proceed. Thank you.
Yeah, Please make Dr. Naina Ingore Madam the co-host, please. IT team and Mr. Padane sir. Please make Dr. Naina Ingore Madam co-host.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. As we have already had an introduction to good laboratory practices, and we have already been told a bit about the various resources what we require for any laboratory to function smoothly. A few of the important ones what we will be discussing today would be basically the organization and personnel which I will be talking about, and later on we'll also have the facilities, infrastructure, equipment, power. There are a lot many resources, but any lab, if you look at the working, the most important resource anytime is the human beings. I mean, any lab or any organization cannot work basically without a good human resource, because that's what makes or breaks our institution. So today's topic, basically, we will be covering it under the following headings: the introduction, the significance, the definitions, what are the various quality systems essential, then the organization, personnel and its relation to ISO 15189. Basically, in our earlier lecture, we have discussed the good laboratory practices guidelines which have been given by ICMR. But whenever we talk of any good laboratory practices, why it is important? Because we're looking at quality service. So the first question comes is, how do you define quality? Quality is nothing but the totality of features and characteristics of a product or service that bear on its ability to satisfy stated or implied needs. Now, it's a very complicated definition. If you try to understand, it becomes difficult. So you have to say it in a simpler word. That it is we say that a product has a good quality when it complies with the requirements specified by the standard. So if I have to give you an example, we are looking at a car. So how do you know which car is of a good quality? We are looking for a BMW, we are looking for a Mercedes, we are looking for a Lamborghini, we are looking for a Maruti. So, but if you're looking at a, say, F1 Formula car, obviously a Maruti 800 would not work. So what you have to understand here is that there's nothing good or bad, but what is your objective, why you are using a particular thing, and if that particular product meets that requirement, then we say it is of a good quality. In terms of laboratory, when we talk of quality, what we mean is that any laboratory report, basically, which is accurate, reliable, reproducible, precise, and is given in a timely manner, is of good quality. So when we talk of earlier, we talk of the phases of laboratory testing. It can be mainly the pre-analytical or examination or analytical, or post-analytical. There are various things happening when we talk of these phases of testing. And when we talk of quality, this quality applies across all these phases. So when we are looking at how to do this quality implementation in the lab, there are something called as the building blocks, 12 building blocks which are known as the quality system essentials. Mainly the organization, personnel, equipment, purchasing and inventory, process control, information management, documentation and records, occurrence management, assessment, process improvement, customer service, facilities and safety. Dr. Rajeshri has already given you an overview of the most common important ones. But what one has to remember, that this 12 QSs apply across the laboratory workflow. You cannot work in isolation, they apply across all. And what are the two most important is what we are going to discuss today, is this organization and personnel, which I will be talking about. And before that, we talked of the good clinical laboratory practices. But there's another term what we commonly use when we talk of accreditation, and because it is my first lecture, I'm going a little deeper in detail about all these topics also, which we call as a procedure by which an authoritative body gives formal recognition of technical competence for specific tests based on third-party assessment following international standards. So it is somebody from outside who certifies that the lab is doing quality work. Now, how do you know that the lab is doing quality work? Now, this is based on an international standard which is known as the ISO 15189. The latest version is ISO 15189-2022, and this stands for basically the technical and calibration requirements in a medical laboratory. Now, that is very specific. That ISO 15189-2022 standard is specifically for medical laboratory. So when we say a lab is having a good competence, what it means is basically that it's complying with all the requirements as per this board. And who gives this third party accreditation? There are various organizations. The most commonly known for all of us is the NABL, that is the National Accreditation Board for Testing and Calibration Laboratories, which is a constituent of the Quality Council of India, which gives the third party assessment. There are other institutions which are coming up recently, like the Quality and Accreditation Institutes and other. And these are also a member of other organizations which help us to get the mutual recognition agreement. Now, many times you have a difference between certification and accreditation. Now, certification is basically a procedure by which a third party, including the NABL, can give a written assurance that a product, process, or service conforms to specific requirements. But when it comes to accreditation, there are two things where above and beyond certification. First is it's a competency of the people who are performing the test. And that is what when we talk of personnel in any laboratory, that is a very important criteria that we talk of competency, that the people who are performing the test are competent. They have been trained and they have been competent to perform the particular task. Second thing, what to differentiate accreditation from certification is that the tests that you are doing are technically valid. I'm not going to do a test in the early part of disease. I'm not going to look for IgG because I know IgG will not be technically valid. So I know what is a technically valid test. If I'm looking for a child born to an HIV positive mother, I'm not going to do an antibody test at 1.5 months of age. Why? Because I know it will be false positive. So when I'm talking of the tests which are technically valid, and I'm talking of the people who are competent to carry out those tests, that is what I mean by accreditation, and that is how it differs from certification. So there are various advantages of accreditation, but the most important things I feel, apart from whatever other benefits you give, is that it helps you legally, it gives you staff, and it gives you mutual recognition agreement. What do you mean by mutual recognition agreement is basically that all the reports from an accredited lab are recognized at other places across the world because of this agreement between NABL and the APLAC, which is the Asia Pacific Laboratory Accreditation System, as well as the European ones. And that was the reason when our government of India came up with ICMR guidelines for COVID testing, they insisted that all the private labs should be NABL accredited. And that is how all our reports of COVID testing, RT-PCR, were accepted across the world. Even somebody had to fly out, our reports were accepted. Why? Because of this mutual recognition agreement. What we have here is the MRA. And that I think is one of the major advantages of having your accreditation. Now, when we look at this ISO 15189 guidelines, we have something called as a scope, and there are various requirements basically, which we talked of. There are some 8 requirements. Scope, the second, it's the definitions, then what you have got the references. But we have these general requirements which are important from an organization point of view. There are structural and governance requirements, of which a few of them are important from the organization point of view. Of course, the various resources, what we talk of personnel, and what Madam already talked about, the equipment, reagents, etc. And there are other processes and which we will be talking of henceforth or in the subsequent session. So what I would be talking of, what is the personnel and organization and NABL requirements which is required as well. So after that, in the earlier version of ISO 15189, which was 2012, we had very clear-cut guidelines such as organization and management responsibility, which very well define what is organization, and we also had the personnel. But now in this newer, guidelines, we don't have specific organization management responsibility, but it is there, but it is covered under different headings. So we will be discussing that when we talk. So the first question is, what do you mean by organization? Now, organization is basically nothing, but it is a model to indicate the management and the supporting organization structure of the lab. Every lab, every institution has certain structure, how it functions. And that is what we mean by the organization. So what are the major organizational steps? Basically to assign responsibility for implementation so that organization defines as to who is going to do what. Okay, that is first thing. Who is responsible, what authorities a particular person has, that is going to be described by the organization. Then we have to make all the resources available. It is very easy to say, especially when we all work in a government institute, we know that resources are not available. We know that many times we are fall short of the consumables, reagents, equipment. So who is responsible for it? The organization, the management, basically they are responsible for it. Now, in the accreditation, they also need to make something called as a quality manual. Now, the organization or the management is responsible for making basically this quality manual, implementing this quality management system across all the phases of testing, whether the pre-analytical or post-analytical. So that is what the role of the organization. And not only implementing it, but monitoring compliance with the quality policy and the quality management system. Now, that is what the overall role of the organization when we are looking at it. And again here, there are two important organization requirements basically when we're looking at. One is an organogram. Now, organogram basically decides the hierarchy, it decides the roles and responsibilities, and it decides the deputies and backups as to who is going to do what responsibility. And it is very essential for the smooth and uninterrupted running of the lab. The second thing what is required basically is the patient flow, or how the lab with the patient comes in as to what is going to be the flow, where the patient is going to be registered, how is the patient, because as madam earlier in the lecture she said, there are various steps when we talk of the pre-analytical, analytical, post-analytical. So who is going to decide all these steps? Who is going to decide that how this has to be carried out? Now this is going to be your organization or the management who is responsible for it. So as I said, the defining the roles and responsibilities, the participation in the training, having review meetings, the supportive supervision, that all becomes the organization. So now this is the example of basically the organogram. Each lab has to have their own, but this is just an example which I'm giving, that you know who is responsible. The right at the top of the hierarchy is the laboratory director. Now you can have an administrative technologist, you can have a lab manager here, or you can have any of the supervisory staff here, followed by the different lab supervisors. We have hematology, chemistry, microbiology, then you might have night or emergency people. And under that, what you have is basically the senior technologist or the scientific officers, or you may have the technicians, what you're doing. Now, this happens for a usual general lab. But when you talk of medical colleges, you usually have the head of department as the laboratory director. You might have an associate professor, second professor who is looking after the management. You have this individual associate professor or additional professor who is supervising, and along with that, there are also the authorized signatories. And then you have the scientific officers, you have the research clinicians, then you have the assistants, lab assistants, and the housekeeping staff. Now, what in this organogram, what we do basically is we define the connections or the interrelationship between these various staff as to who is going to report to who is responsible for what, and what happens if one particular person here is absent, who is going to be the backup. Now, that has to be clearly defined in this organogram, and that is what one of the major things. Another thing, as I said, one of the important is basically about the patient flow. Now, this is again an example which I took up, that how we are going to get the information, how the patient is going to register, how it's going to be referred to the lab. Once he comes to the lab, what is going to be happening, how we are going to collect the sample, how we are going to process, and what the information all patient needs. Now, that again becomes a very important part of our organization responsibility. Sorry. Now, when we talk of these organization requirements, I have given you, but there are certain things which are given in the YMPI 189/2022 guidelines which are concerned with this organization. So, few of these points are basically impartiality and confidentiality and ethical consideration. So, in this, what we have to ensure that whoever is working in the lab is working in an ethical environment, that they are not doing anything untoward, they are not being impartial, and they are maintaining the confidentiality of the patient information, part all the time. We have sometimes have the habit of a very loose talk. अरे वो patient आया था ना वो सर वो positive आया है. I mean, this is you breaking confidentiality because you may not realize it, but there are 10 people around us who may listen to it and that may. Or sometimes somebody comes, मेरा वो चाचा के मामा के मौसी की लड़की है, उसको टेस्ट दिया था, उसका मुझे आप रिपोर्ट करता. I mean, no, that is not required. We have to maintain the confidentiality. These are certain small things which are required. And many times we have this kind of a VIP syndrome. कोई VIP आता है ना, हमारा एक पेशेंट 8 बजे से आके बैठा है and he is waiting for 4 hours. Suddenly some VIP walks in and we just give that preference to that. So now we are not being impartial, we are being partial to that person. No, again, that is not should be there. Of course, there are certain situations when you will have to be impartial. A pregnant woman comes in, a very old bedridden person comes in, so you may have to give a preference to those kind of person. But in all the situations, these things have to be very, very defined. ये हमको पहले से तय करना है कि मे बी 3 पेशेंट होने के बाद हम एक वीआईपी पेशेंट लेंगे, या हम लोग पहले से डिफाइन करेंगे कि व्हाट प्रेग्नेंट वुमन और अ चाइल्ड लेस देन 5 years of age or a bedridden patient or wheelchair bound patient will be given preference over the other patient. And let us include this in the client chart or client flow when we are put it. So it is there in black and white that this is what is the rule and this is what is ethical. So there's nothing wrong in that. But then it has to be defined. You cannot take somebody money, and this sometimes we do observe in most of the quite a few medical colleges that there's the people working in the medical colleges पैसा लेके क्या करते हैं ना उनको, because we know there's huge workload we have, there are queues and queues of patients and the waiting time is very long, so they take patient money और उनको क्यों करके बोलेंगे मेरा patient है आप इसका पहले कर दो. So no, these are the kind of things, and it is the responsibility of the organization to see to it that all the people who are working in the lab follow impartiality, confidentiality, and ethical considerations at all the time. So that is one very important consideration of the organization. And whenever organization, another responsibility of the organization comes is to what is the requirements regarding patients, what the patient needs. पेशेंट को आज रिपोर्ट चाहिए है, पेशेंट को शाम को ब्लड प्रेशर करना है, पेशेंट को सवेरे कंफर्टेबल पड़ रहा है, पेशेंट को आपका टाइम कितने टाइम में रिपोर्ट चाहिए, उसको हार्ड कॉपी चाहिए, सॉफ्ट कॉपी चाहिए, उनको मेल पे भेजे. सो ऑल दिस so we have to make, because this is we are here because the patient is here. So we have to make that whatever requirement or whatever we are doing is for the benefit of the patient. And who is responsible for it? It is the management, and it is who is responsible for it. And it is one of their primary responsibilities to see to it that it is implemented and monitored. Another important organization responsibility is legal identity. Because if something goes wrong, a report goes wrong, or if the lab suddenly closes, who is going to be responsible for the reports which are issued to the patient? Now that's what is meant by legal entity. Fortunately, as per the latest guidelines as per ISO 15189, for a government medical college, for a government institution, the head of the institution's letter stating that this is a legal entity is enough, because when our institutes went for the NABL accreditation earlier, we had a really tough time proving our legal identity, because medical college का ऐसा कोई legal identity नहीं होता, ना ही कोई paper होता है. Government, this have been established for years and years, decades now. So we don't have any papers, but fortunately now, as per NABL guidelines, it has been taken in consideration. So that's not an issue. But then the organization, the management has to define that the legal identity is there, and if something goes wrong, who is responsible for it? As Dr. Rajeshri said in our earlier lecture, the most important person or responsible person in any laboratory is the laboratory director. Now, usually, ideally, it should be a full-time person, okay, who should be competent, can give advisory services, preferably has a medical background, so that he or she can give a competency there. And the responsibilities of the laboratory director are defined, because he or she is responsible for the overall functioning of the laboratory. So the responsibilities are clearly defined. Now that is very important. But now in a bigger lab, say in a medical college, a single person cannot handle everything. So in that case, even the delegation of duties, so everything the laboratory director may not be able to do, but here the delegation of duties should very well be defined. And that is what we are looking at. Now, apart from that, laboratory conducts certain activities. So we should have a flow chart, the list of tests, what all who is going to be done, how much time it is going to take, how many charges you are going to have. So all this has to be very well defined. What advisory services we are providing. So if the clinician calls up, who is going to talk to the clinician? How you are going to help them out? And whether we are conforming with all the requirements like the Pollution Control Board for biomedical waste disposal, like for the ICMR guidelines are there or some legal guidelines are there. So whether the lab is conforming with all these requirements. Now that is also the responsibility of the organization. And to define the quality management basically is what we are talking of when we talk of the structure and authority. So another thing is what we are looking at when we're talking of the laboratory management system, that the interrelationship between the various people who are working or the various organizations also are very well defined. Like who is collecting sample, who is testing it, where it is being sent, what supports, and who's, as I said earlier, in the organogram. Now this and the lines of communication as to how it is going to talk. Now, all this becomes the responsibility of the organization, what we are looking at. And then the lab also has to, in an earlier lecture, Madam had talked of one post, apart from lab director, she had talked of quality manager. Earlier, it was a requirement that as per the ISO 15189 standard that we had a specific post of quality manager. But in the newest standard, there is no such requirement of quality manager. What we require are basically personnel who, irrespective of their other responsibilities, have been given the duties, additional duties and responsibilities of the quality manager. And what are these additional qualities duty? That they will overall look for the implementation and monitoring of the quality management system. Now that is basically, and if anywhere there is some kind of a deviation from this or any non-conformity, to look for the corrective action. And if required, reporting to the higher level of administration. So that is the responsibility which was given by the quality manager. But now as per the latest, we may not have a separate entity of a quality manager, but this responsibility can be assigned to maybe one or more personnel, and that is again the responsible for the organization. So that was about the organization, what we are looking at. So as I said, the organization has various responsibilities which we talked of. Deciding the organogram, deciding the quality management system, the overall management functioning of the lab, making the resources available, making the client flow chart, defining the roles and responsibilities, and defining the interrelationships and the communication systems, various organizations. So I think that in short defines our quality management. Or sorry, that defines our organization and management. Now, but this organization, you're making the QSPs for people as to how you are going to work, you're defining the organogram. But what makes a lab, as I said earlier, is the people working there, which is the most valuable laboratory resource is the person. Now, if you look at any person, all of you are working, or many of you are getting, will be working in the lab. So, right from recruitment, okay, till the person leaves, you have to have a defined policy for how all this is going to be taken care of. And like how you're going to recruit it, orientate, what qualifications are required, what job descriptions are there, I'll describe that, what training and competence requirements are there, what records you're going to meeting, what meetings you're going to conduct, and what immunizations you're going to give to all this staff. Nowadays, minimum mandatory requirements for immunization as hepatitis B, preferably with anti-HBs titer, which should be more than 10 international units per ml. We're looking for COVID-19 vaccinations and PCR labs where people are looking at, is also looking for flu vaccination. And biomedical waste disposal guidelines also mention tetanus toxoid injections every 10 years. So these are the minimum vaccinations which you're looking at, which we are expected that all the people working. Like in my lab, when we're looking at measles and rubella also, and even with people who are especially going with OPV, even booster doses for all these diseases are also recommended. So depending on the scope of work, what you have in the lab, different kind of immunization. So again, it becomes the responsibility of the organization or management to see to it that all the staff working in the lab is immunized. So that's one thing what we have to look at, and that is what is expected from any lab to have better work. As I said earlier, the personnel in the lab can be various. The most important or the senior most, what you're looking as the laboratory director, with whom the ultimate responsibility for everything rests. Then we have the person responsible for quality management system. As I said earlier, initially we had a post of quality manager, but now it can be assigned to one or more multiple people. Then we had the technical staff in a medical college specifically, where we have the junior scientific officers, the senior scientific officers, we have the laboratory technicians, we have the lab attendants, lab assistants, and we have the authorized signatories. Now, under the ISO 15189, there is no post as an associate professor, assistant professor, or an professor. Now, because these are basically the post of a teaching institute. Now, lab is a service component. So here, who is the person who is responsible for looking at the validity of the test report and who is taking the responsibility of the interpretation of the test report and the validity of the test which has been conducted is known as authorized signatory. Now, most of the time, these authorized signatories in a medical college would be your assistant, associate professors, and professors. It can be any MD, MS, MD people basically in any of the laboratory services who can be these authorized signatories when we are looking at. We always talk of all these technical people, but when we talk of personnel, we many times forget that there are other technical other staff, who are looking at the clerks. We are looking at people who are looking at the purchase department, who are looking at the cleaning, the biomedical waste disposal, and then we are also looking at the dispatch fuel. So there are a lot many other staff who are equally important for the good functioning of lab. So when we talk of any of these earlier records I talked of, okay, now this is applicable to all this personnel we are looking at here. It just does not apply only to the technical staff or the authorized signatories or the MDs. It is applicable including to the housekeeping staff or sweeper who is working in the lab. Because even the sweeper needs to be trained to know how to even something make simple as a hypochlorite, 1% hypochlorite or 0.1% hypochlorite. He needs to know how to clean. He needs to know because, and he has to be not only trained, he has to be found competent that he can do that job. Now, both these things are very equally important. So when we talk of this training, there are various types of trainings which are defined basically. In-house training, now it is not necessarily that all the training has to be done in the lab. You can also send people outside, because if you don't have the infrastructure or you don't have the expertise, you can send these people outside for training. But majority of this orientation, induction, refresher training, these are ones which are conducted in-house. What do you mean by orientation training? Basically, when a person first joins any institute, okay, that time what happens, we are orienting him to that lab or to the institute. We're showing him where the canteen is there, where the toilet is there, what is the work culture of this laboratory, who are the different people, okay, where the HR is there, where the purchase department. So all this kind of giving an overview, including the work culture, because every institute, every department has its own work culture. So orienting a person to that, the layout of the lab, the emergency telecom, all that comes into the orientation training. Then we come as an induction training. What do you mean by induction training? Here we are giving a training to the person for the particular job or work he is to do in the lab. If he say supposed to perform ELISA test, we are giving him training as how to do the ELISA test. We are giving him training as to how to do the blood collection. We are giving him training how to report. We are giving him training in the quality management system, including 15189/2022. We are giving him training in the safety and the environment. We are giving him training in the ethical consideration, because that also becomes an important part. So all this becomes, we're giving him safety when we talk of biosafety, chemical safety, electrical safety, fire safety, all this safety we are looking at here, depending on the work what that person is doing. Quality management, I have already said. We are talking of quality control. We are giving him training quality control. So all that person, when a newly person joins the lab, and again I'm saying this is to all the levels of people who are going to join. That is known as the induction training. Once that induction training is complete, this is preferably given in the first 10 to 15 days of a person joining a job. Once that is done, then you do the person's competency assessment. And only if the person is found to be competent, only then you allow him to test patient sample. Now you have trained the people, you have done his induction training, you have found him competent and is doing his job. But apart from that, every year you're also to give something like a refresher training, because medicine is a very volatile subject. We tend to forget a lot many things. Plus, there are so many new things which are coming up, some guidelines changes. So all this has to be refreshed every year. So every person, like we have with our MNC, we expected to renew our registration every 5 years. So there are various ways. Why? Because we are refreshing ourselves. We are going to keep on updating our knowledge. So similarly, even for the people who are working in the lab, you have to give them a refresher training, and that is what is expected in the training part. Now, as per the 15189, if you look at the various components under personal, one is the general, which is a very common for all the 15189 standards. You have the competence requirement. They have given instead of training, they have given more weightage now to competence requirement, authorization as to who is authorized to do what, how you are going to continue their education and professional development, specifically the training, and what records have to be maintained. Again, if you look at the first year, is that the sufficient number of competent persons to perform it activities. Now there is no defined number as to 10 टेस्ट है तो 2 लोग चाहिए, 20 टेस्ट है तो 4 लोग चाहिए, ऐसा कोई नंबर डिफाइन नहीं होता है. But it is a general feeling you get, or general, when you with experience you can judge as to what is the quantum of work, what all work is there, and you should have sufficient number, because without a sufficient number of good quality personnel, you will never have quality results. So that's the first thing, and I think earlier lecture, Dr. Ashi was also stressing on that you need a sufficient number, and you always fall short because always our vacancies are there. And a second point, again, you look at it, they should act impartially, ethically, and be competent. Now, this is very important because ethical, impartiality, and confidentiality, these things are very important, and they're giving very important stress. Another thing is we have to communicate as to how the laboratory personnel communicate with the users and the patients, because I know we are many times stressed up, we literally shout and scream at the patient. तुमको इतना भी नहीं समझता क्या? तुमको बोला ना रुका, ये यहाँ पे क्या कर रही हो? That's not the way to behave. So all this, when we talk of it, that's the first thing we have to train. We have to ensure that how we talk to the people, how we communicate, okay, and how we meet the requirements of the users. That somebody doesn't come to any lab or hospital, खुशी खुशी कोई नहीं आता है. Only because that person is suffering from something, have some issues, that's why they're coming. And we have to ensure that how we treat them is up to the mark. And that is what, when we talk of person, we have to train them accordingly. And another thing what I talked of, we should have a program to introduce the personnel to the organization. So this is what we talked about, the terms of employment. This is what we talked of, the orientation program, what we have. Like I said, the area where it is going to work, the terms and conditions of employment, what the staff facilities are there, health and safety requirements are there, or any occupational health services in the public. So these are all the things what we talked of, the orientation training. Now that becomes a part of the journey. Now competence requirement. Now this competence, when usually say, we always face only in the analytical part testing. हाँ वो टेक्नीशियन को एलेजा अच्छा से जानता है, वो पीछे अच्छा कर लेता है. But no, when we talk of competence, it has to have competence right from the pre-analytical, how to do the sample collection, how to transport it, how to receive it, which samples to accept, reject, actually perform the test, quality control, quality assurance, quality assessment, how to report, dispatch report कैसा करना है, equipment maintenance क्या करना है, confidentiality. So we are talking of competency in all these levels. It is just not one. Okay. And many times when you look at competency, uska sirf MCQ dekhe. We are not looking at, when we talk of our medical education, we always talk of cognitive domain, we talk of psychomotor domain, we talk of attitudinal domain. So when we talk of competency, we are talking of competency in all three domains. We want all our staff to be competent, knowledge-wise, their skill-wise, and their attitude-wise. And that is what we look for. And till the person achieve the desired competency, we have to give them repeated training. आज एक बार ट्रेनिंग दे दिया, बोलते हैं ना, घोड़े को आप पानी के पास लेके जा सकते हो, उसको पानी नहीं, जबरदस्ती पानी नहीं पिला सकते. तो सिमिलरली कितना भी ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं, I mean, we are having this lecture for you. I don't know how many of you are actually listening, how many of them शुरू करके आप सो गए. I mean, that's possible. So training is one part, but after doing the training, whether the person has understood it and whether he has learned and is competent, now that is very important, and that is why that is a very important requirement of any good laboratory services or in the resource, that competence of the person. And this again, as I said, competence occurs at all levels, right from the laboratory director to the housekeeping staff who's working in the laboratory. And now this competency can be checked by various methods. You can actually directly observe the person who is working in the laboratory. You can observe the readings or what records have been maintained, how that person is entering the records, whether if you've done a test, whether the QC has been done along with the test. If there's something goes wrong, how that person is handling the same, how the person participates in a quality assessment. You can give them a testing and you can give them a pre-test like what we have for this workshop. You can give them a pre-test. You can test their theoretical knowledge. You can observe how that person is talking to the peers or his other co-workers or the patient, so that way you can come to know what is his attitude, what kind of. So there are various ways how competency. So it can be like a holistic approach. It cannot be just कि आपका theory बहुत अच्छा है बाकी कुछ नहीं आता. It has to be a complete, as I said, all domains should be covered, and only then you can be assured of a good quality which has been given. Now we talked of a person, responsibility to दे देते हैं, but ये भी important होता है कि authority किसको है, okay? And now many times this authority, what is listed as per the ISO 15189, this is usually with the medical people, because they are the ones who are going to select, develop, modify, validate and verify the methods which are used for testing. They are the ones who are going to review, release and report the results. And we are going to use the laboratory, but the laboratory information system. Now, who is going to enter the test results, who is going to approve it, who is going to make the inventory entry, who is going to make the QC entry. Now, all this authorization has to be very clearly defined. If you have to send the data, like COVID ke time we are making entries on the ICMR portal. So who is authorized to make it? Is the data entry operator who is going to make the entry? So all that has to be defined as to even sometimes which equipment is going to be used by which person, because many times there will be high-end equipments. Not everyone is trained to use a particular thing. Say an artificial machine, cell counter, or you're looking at a hematology analyzer. So we need a specific training for using that kind of equipment. So whether that person is authorized. So all that has to be defined. And when we talk of any personnel, apart from training, apart from competency, we are also looking at the authorization. And as I said, every person needs to get an opportunity to continue his education and professional development, because too many newer things are happening, new things are coming up. So what happens is basically many of the techniques are becoming obsolete. So everyone has to have an opportunity to grow, to develop, and to keep abreast with the latest developments, so that even that as an individual, you have better quality services and we know what is happening. So saving all that, what we need to do is we have to maintain certain personal records. Okay. And in this records, again, as per the guidelines, what has been given by the standards, it determines what is the competence requirements, whether the person who is competent, what is the job description, what all that person is supposed to do in the lab, whether he has been trained for that and whether he is competent for that, and what authorities that person has, and continuous monitoring, monitoring of the competence. You have done the competency at the time of joining, but every year, at least once, you have to have competency assessment of the personnel all the time you're looking at. Now, this is one just I took from my own QSP, that whenever you're talking of any personnel for any, and these are just a few we are talked of here, there's a huge list. So for our lab, what we have taken, what is the job title? You have to define for each what qualifications would be here, what are the roles and responsibilities, what we're looking at, and what competency we are looking at. So, so this has to be defined for each and every person who is taking part in the lab. And as we talked of the employee records, okay, now this is supposed to be maintained. Many times we call it as a staff file. So this is supposed to be maintained for each of the individual who works, like what is his resume with a photograph, the qualification certificates, the appointment letter, employment letter or contract letter, whatever you want to call it, a job description. A job description has to very clearly define as to what that person is authorized or responsible for in the lab, including the equipment maintenance, whether it is a analytical, post-analytical, QC, QA, everything what that person is supposed to do. And at the bottom of it, not only the lab director gives that letter of job description to the individual has to sign that he accepts this responsibility. Now that is also equally important. Then, as I said, the vaccination records, we already talked about what vaccines we have to do. Training certificates, it can be an in-house training right from orientation, induction, refresher, or it can also be training where you have suspended somebody else. And don't believe me, for molecular labs, when we go for NABL assessment, what we many times observe is that आपका जो RT-PCR machine है, उसका बंदा आके training करके जाता है. Now, see, that is the training on the equipment. Okay. And as I said, when we're talking of any test or any lab, it's training or testing is just one component of it. So that does not solve your training. Training has to be in all the phases: pre-analytical, analytical, post-analytical, QC, QA, QMS, what I talked of earlier. It's a huge list. So when you talk of training certificates, you might have a training certificate from the company, but that's just one part. That does not cover all the training. It has to be in-house defined training calendar yearly कि क्या-क्या topics हम cover करने वाले, कब करने वाले, कैसे करने वाले. That is what the training certificates and competency assessment, right at the time of induction training and yearly competency. And it also has to be a continuous competency. It cannot be एक बार करके छोड़ दिया, पता नहीं फिर बाद में क्या हुआ था. So it has to be, so that has to be inbuilt, and that has to be, that is required basically for giving a good quality services. Impartiality and confidentiality that the person is looking for it, any performance appraisal and any previous. So these are the things what looks is required basically to maintain the confidentiality when we look at it. So how do we know basically that what the work we are doing, whether it is of a good quality or not? So there is something called as a quality indicator. Now this quality indicators can be defined by the labs. In one of the papers, what we had published, what we had done basically was we had tried to define as to what can be the quality indicators for these two quality system essentials, that is organization and personal. For organization and personal, the responsibility is saving all the statutory requirements like MPCB is there, then basically ICMR requirements are there, or the institute or any other legal requirements are there. So whether that is available or not, so other requirements can get the organogram is defined or not. So these are the kind of quality indicators you can see and see whether they are applicable. For personal, whether the training and competency has been what is even something like an attrition rate as to how many staff are dissatisfied and leave. Now that can also become a quality indicator, and that is how you can monitor the quality of your own lab or your own working, and that is how you can maintain the quality. So last but not the least, quality in any lab is a teamwork, and this team is made up of the people who are working in the lab, and without them, the lab, however good equipments and resources, other equipments are, it will never work. So thank you so much. Any questions?
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable time and informative session on MABL accreditation and responsibilities and requirements of a quality manager and organization steps in management. If anybody has any queries, please feel free to drop questions in the question answer box. Ma'am will be happy to answer them.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Naina ma'am, for such an informative session.
Thank you, Dr.
While the participants are posting in the group their questions, may I confirm from Dr. Shripad Takelkar, sir, if you have joined with your first name, sir, have you joined only with your first name? So that we can make you co-host. I guess you won't be able to unmute yourself unless. Mr. Bhadane, sir, please
Yes,
make
ma'am.
Dr. Shripad,
Yeah,
Dr. Shripad, sir,
yeah,
Dr.
yeah, I'm
Shripad, sir,
online.
is the co-host.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, Kelvin.
Yes, yes, thank you.
I don't see any questions. So I think that should be it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you
Supriya,
so
Dr.
much, ma'am.
Shastri. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Joymita, Dr. Aswati.
It would be my honor to introduce Dr. Shripad Taklekar. Sir is a professor at Sion Hospital, Mumbai. Sir is also an academic committee member, steering committee member, bioethics committee, secretary of staff and research society, quality manager, and clinical microbiologist at Sion Hospital, Mumbai. Sir has additional locations in hospital and healthcare management, hospital administration, infectious diseases, and critical care infectious diseases. Sir has about 31 publications in national and international journals to his credit. Sir has also been the recipient of the esteemed Deshpande Gold Medal Award for MD Microbiology. Sir, over to you, sir. We're looking forward to your session.
Yeah, thank you very much for the nice introduction.
Are you able to share your screen, Dr. Shripad sir?
That's what I'm trying. That's not, I'll mail you across now. The format is not supported, or else.
Okay. Sir, sir, I'll put the email ID in our chat box. Can you mail your presentation? Dr. Shripad sir, will it be possible to email your PPT to us?
Yeah, ma'am, I'm doing that.
Okay. Bhadane sir,
Yes,
सरांचं
ma'am.
PPT आलं की आपल्याकडून share screen करा
Sure.
and somebody
Yes.
help assist sir for changing the slides also.
Yes.
Yeah. Good morning, all of you. I hope you are able to see the screen.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Naina ma'am, for opening the basics of what I am supposed to cover in today's session on GLP. I'll be covering on the facility requirements when it comes to a lab and how we have to go about all the quality requirements when it comes to lab. May I have the next slide, please? Yeah. So to achieve the performance of the laboratory, ma'am has introduced that we need a quality system essentials, of which one of the last, if you see on the last right-hand side corner of this 12 quality system essentials, the last one is about facility and safety. So today I will be covering about this. And when it comes to facility and safety, next slide, please. Yeah, it goes through all the phases of diagnostics, which is a complex phenomena. The diagnostic starts from the pre-examination processes, which includes patient who has been ordered the test, then the samples have been collected, transported, and the actual examination process in the lab. And last but not the least is about the record keeping and reporting of the results. Next slide, please. So as I said, it's a complex process, and at each phase we need some kind of facility, some kind of safety measures which we have to ensure so that the facility is adequate to carry out these activities, right from sample collection. And you would understand all these points which have been covered in this particular slide would be taken care when we are looking at the facility and safety during the testing process. Next slide. Yeah, so the tests, as we say, when they are coming into the lab, they can be influenced by lab environment, the staff which have been appointed, which Naina ma'am has explained quite well, how we do carry out the competency of the staff, how do we select the equipment, which would be covered in the later session. We have to carry out the control of the test, that is quality control. We have to communicate, we have to have good management, system support for all doing all these things. Next slide, please. Yeah. So what are these quality system essentials which we talked about? These are a set of coordinated activities that functions as the building block for the complete management, quality management, which is applicable for a hospital, which is applicable for a lab, which could be a research lab or a diagnostic lab, even for the CROs, which are there, they are getting accredited by NABL as per ISO 15189, which Naina ma'am described in quite details. Next slide, please. Yeah, and this quality system essentials, as I said, are throughout the path of work in a lab, that is pre-examination processes, examination processes, and post-examination process. And if you see the list of quality essentials, it's documents, records, organization, personnel, equipment, purchase, information management, any mishaps in the lab, the assessment of the lab, customer satisfaction, and the facility. Next slide, please. And when we talk of the facility, we have to look into the safe working environment and safe environment even for the patients. It is not only the healthcare workers are important, but when we talk of any accreditation, ISO, NABL, we have to look into patient safety as well. It is not only limited to the lab testing, but also the waste management thereafter, the safety of the individuals who are working in the lab. The ergonomics principle are to be applied for each and every process which is there in the lab. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. So if we get to how to start with this quality system, so the previous one, please. Yeah. So how do this quality system essentials come into place, and how do we have a systematic approach for this quality system essentials? So you can search for this terminology, that's laboratory quality stepwise implementation tool, which is freely available on the World Health Organization website, which tells about how to handle this 12 quality system essentials. And I will take you through one of it, which is facility. So next slide, please. So we can implement this quality system essential in a phase-wise manner. Like first, how we decide which tests are to be selected, or for that matter, what all hospital we are going to set up, what all processes we are going to do in the hospital, what are quality assurance systems we are going to implement in the hospital, and overall quality management system. So we can have this in phase-wise manner. That's phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4 of which phase 4 is the last, where we have to directly prepare for the audits. So coming to the phase 1, we have to have a commitment and we have to ensure that all the processes, what we are going to do in a lab or in hospital, we have to have a proper inventory of all the systems which has already been talked about, and we have to start organizing the entire lab as well as the institute organization for biosafety. So that's part of phase 1. So going into the detailed implementation of this phase 1, where we have to ensure that there has to be a competent staff. Next slide, please, which madam has already explained. But when it comes to the organizational level, we need the biosafety officer as first, or a designated person who would look into this organization part of the quality system essential. Next slide, please. We need to start looking into the safety. It is, I think, in the first presentation, it was talked about biosafety, electrical safety, physical safety. So all those parts would be taken care in this first phase of organization, be it a lab or an hospital. Next slide, please. What all things we are going to do in this first phase when we are starting to organize the biosafety in the lab? Next slide, please. Yeah, so we have to determine what is the level of the lab which we are going to follow, level of the biosafety which would be required in the lab, and how we are going to comply with this biosafety levels, which was again discussed in the first session. The BSL1 lab, BSL2, BSL3, all those things are important to identify first. Then we do the facility assessment and the safety assessment, what we can call it as a safety audit. We have to write the SOP for waste disposal. We have to identify the places where we can temporarily store the waste which is coming in a lab or the procedure room. We have to write a safety manual. We have to ensure that all the individuals are trained in the safety of their own as well as the patient safety. We have to ensure that spill kits are available. We have written SOPs for spill kits. We have trained them in this spill management. We have trained them in emergency patient management. Like all of you have taken BCLS training, basic BLS training, basic life support. So all these things become the part of the first phase. So if we really want to have a checklist in the phase 1 of developing a lab, where we are looking into the facility and safety, we have to have few things noted down. So going to the next slide. So in the first phase, we need to ensure that the adequate staff is there, which has got instructions, which organisms we are working on. Like I would give example of microbiology lab, where we are handling pathogens. So if we are handling the pathogens, we need to ensure that the individuals who are working are aware what they are dealing with. We have to train them in cases of accidents, what they are supposed to do. We have to identify high risk areas. We have to do safety assessment of the safety audit of the particular lab area. We have to ensure the processes are in place. The people are trained in waste management, chemical waste management. And this can be done with the help of biosafety manuals. All the staff should be aware of the biosafety manual of the lab, where it is located. They are to be trained. They are to be trained in the first aid in case the patient faints, like in the sample collection area. Next slide. So this is all about the phase 1 when we are developing a lab. Now going to the phase 2 of a lab, where we have to ensure that the proper samples are collected, there are organizational elements are there. There is document control in place, which is already been explained. So what is applicable to the facility in phase 2 is we have to ensure that the facilities are there and the infrastructure is there. So which will be explained in next few slides. Next slide, please. Yeah. So when we are talking of phase 2, what are things would come into phase 2 of the facility? Next slide. Yeah. So we need to have a system which is going to avoid access of unauthorized person in labs. The reason that in the lab there are liquids which are going to be corrosive, there are going to be pathogens which have been handled, like in microbiology lab. There are some instruments which are quite sensitive, which might get damaged because of this unauthorized access. These are costly equipments, and at the end of the thing, we also need to ensure that the patient data is secure. So we should not be allowing any unauthorized person, and we can have this systems involved, which I am going to show in next 2 slides. One of which could be just we put a big poster on the lab that okay, the unauthorized persons are not allowed or restricted area for authorized person only, or we can have some safety locks as shown in the next slide, where there is a biometric thing which is available, and unless and until the individual shows his card, he won't be permitted inside the lab. Next slide. Or there are digital locks which are available. We need money for this, obviously, and we need a proper system which is required so that we can ensure that only authorized persons are admitted. One thing of caution over here, we have to ensure that they are all waterproof because we might touch it with wet hands and all this. Coming to the next thing which is required in developing the facility at phase 2 level is other infrastructure. Going to next slide. Yeah, so we have to optimize the communication systems within the lab. Whatever locations the lab is there, it might be at a single room, single floor, multiple locations in a building. So we have to develop an effective communication system, be telephone lines, be intranet. We have to also ensure that these communication systems are cost effective and they're appropriate for our own use. And once they're installed, we have to ensure that they work properly. And if they're not working properly, we have to have a contingency plan in place in case of failure of this established systems. Most of the microbiology labs would have a mobile restricted area, which is ideal so that it is not going to interfere the mobile. If it is taken, the waves which are because of mobile, they might interfere the functioning of the equipments, which might be sensitive. So we have to restrict the use of mobile phones, or we can ensure that there are landlines which are available, or other way of communication is there. Next slide. Yeah, so in the phase 2, what we talked about the lock system and communication system, what would be the checklist if we want to ensure that the facility is adequate enough for our use? Going to the next slide. So in the second phase, we need to ensure that the laboratory facility is having controlled access for the authorized person only. This access control system will protect the lab as well as it will ensure that, let's say in microbiology lab, the organisms are not going out because of deliberate or non-deliberate breach in the biosafety. We ensure that the samples are separated from the other lab rooms because of physical separation. We want separate areas like for TB, for mycology, that is fungal cultures. We want designated areas for PCR. So this would be part of a physical infrastructure of the lab. We want to ensure that incompatible activities are not carried out in the same room. Let's say someone is processing TB culture, so it has to be under a negative pressure room. It has to be done in a biosafety cabinet with the healthcare worker wearing the N95 respirator. So unless and until these things are not there, we should not be processing the samples. And let's say someone wants to do a ELISA test in the same room, so it is not permitted. So we have to separate them physically. We need to ensure that there are cleaning and washing areas for the lab, glassware, or other laboratory wear, so as to ensure that we get clean and sterile equipments for our sample processing. Next. Next slide. Yeah. So we have to also ensure that there is the previous one. Previous one. Yeah. We have to ensure that it's a unidirectional workflow. Previous one, please. Yeah. We have to ensure that there is unidirectional workflow in a lab so as to prevent unnecessary movements of individual through the rooms and avoid contamination of the sample or avoid infections in the healthcare individual. We have to also plans of separate office space, dedicated area for lunch breaks. There has to be a system with outside the lab, of communication to the outside the lab room without leaving the room, as we said, telephone or some other mechanism. There has to be a uninterrupted supply of electricity and power backup for all the necessary equipments. If they are not there, if you're processing some costly test, let's say we are doing a PCR, a multiplex PCR for CSF sample, we won't be getting an additional sample to perform the test again. So we have to ensure that the equipment runs throughout without a break with the help of a generator. There has to be indicators which will ensure that the airflows are proper. As I gave the example of TB lab, which has to be under a negative pressure. We have to have monitoring systems for the airflow so as to prevent the pathogens going out, which might lead to catastrophe. As many of the times you must have read the news articles that we don't know whether similar thing happened in Wuhan about COVID. So big question mark on that. We need to ensure that the hazardous materials are entered into our lab registers. We have MSDA sheets. MSDA sheet means material safety data sheets, which are required for all the material which have been handled. Let's say the simple thing which we follow in lab is, let's say, gram stain. And the ingredients of the gram stain, if there is a spillage while you are doing the process, or if there is a splash, so we have to know what all care has to be taken. Like in this case, you have to wash it with water, running water. And for this, then you would need a tap system in the lab or a basin sink near the working area. So you have to ensure that is available. We have to ensure that there are some instruments which are critical to handle. So those have to be identified. Next slide, please. So these are the checklist with the phase 2 of developing a facility for lab. Next slide. When we look into the phase 3, what all things would be required to be done? Next slide, please.
Can you move ahead?
Yeah,
Our
I
department. No, our department staff, Badane sir. Can you take the
Yes,
slides
madam.
ahead? Yeah.
Yeah. So when we move to the phase 3, We have to ensure that all this facility which we have evolved in phase 1 and 2, it's working properly or not. And let's go to the next slide. What all things we need to do in the next phase, that's the phase 3 of lab development. So next slide. Yeah. We have to ensure that when the lab starts working. So previous one, please. Badane sir, can you put on the previous slide? Yeah. Okay, so in phase 3, we have to ensure that if in the microbiology lab, the biosafety level which is being identified is working or not. Here we gave it as an example of TB lab. So we need a BSL-3 facility which is a negative pressure lab. Also, we need a separate sample collection area which is away from the lab. We need to monitor adequate space for storage of samples, the documents, the various records, equipments, consumables. We have to have separate areas for acids, alkalis. There is a protocol of how we have to store these acids, alkalis, which a few of the examples I'll give how to develop the protocols in subsequent slides. We have to ensure that we have got all the MSDA sheets. We have to define the length of storage of the sample of the documents, because if you don't define the length of storage and archiving of these documents and samples, you would be flooded with samples as well as the records. Because if it is a big size lab, let's say most of the government institutes has big labs, like where we attend to more than couple of hundreds of patients per day. So the request form, the slides, and all those things will take up most of the space in lab. So we have to define the length of storage of all these items. We have to also define the length of the length for which we are going to keep an equipment also. That is the life of equipment we have to define. So we can process for purchasing new equipment well ahead of time and save the space and time both. Next slide, please. So what all things we would check in the third phase? So if we want to put it as a checklist form, few of them. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we have to ensure that there is an access to the first aid, which is there in the collection area or the lab area. People are trained for giving first aid. Let's say a patient faints during blood collection, what all things are to be done. If there is a spillage, what is to be done? Spillage of blood sample or body fluid sample. We have to ensure that the biosafety level 3 lab, as we gave example of TB, is well equipped. The negative pressure is monitored continuously. The negative pressure of the room, which is connected to the electricity backup. We have to ensure that there is a primary sample collection manual or the instructions for sample collection is given to each and every individual who is involved into it, be it is from medicine, be the individual is from surgery, needs to have knowledge about what sample is to be collected for what test, how much time it would take for the test report to come, what might happen if we don't collect the sample properly. So all these instructions have to be given to the stakeholders, which includes all the clinicians, all the doctors who are working in lab, all the paramedics who are working in and around lab. So they should be aware of this. Then there has to be protection of privacy of individual. Let's say there's a patient where HIV test is to be carried out. So at ICTC, we have separate counseling area, separate counselors who do. We need to ensure that there is a waiting area for these patients. It has to have access to differently abled individuals as per the regulatory requirement. And we take care of the patients if they are fainting, we are attending to the emergencies to them. Also, we need to ensure that the samples are protected, the reports are protected from unauthorized access, the equipments are protected from unauthorized access. So all those things come in the phase 3 of development of a facility, which also includes the safety of all the individuals and all the stakeholders. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So in the last phase of lab development, what we need to prepare for accreditation. And once the infrastructure is ready, all the SOPs are ready, everything is been done as per the SOPs. We are ready for the accreditation because the facility is ready for it. So in phase 4, we won't need to have we won't need anything like the development of SOPs or anything like that. Only need is to ensure that all the SOPs which have been developed, they are followed adequately so that all the stakeholders are being protected from any hazard, be it biological hazard, be it chemical, be it physical hazard. They have to be protected. Next slide, please. So the phase 4 won't have any checklist. Only thing which we have to ensure is the monitoring of whatever checklist or whatever documents which we have generated in the first 3 phases of development of the lab. Next slide, please. Yeah. Unfortunately, I am not able to see the numbers which are written as well as this thing. So if all these vertical columns are for the different quality system essentials, and how do we know what all things are to be done? So on the left hand side column is all these numbers of the CLSI guidelines which are there. There are almost 20 of them which are mentioning what all facility and safety requirements are there to develop one quality system essential. So this is I can say a scatter plot or a big Excel sheet which will tell where all the guidelines can be found out. The next, please. So in the facility and safety environment, this was one of the CLSI guidelines which I could see, which is about use of lab instruments and data management system, how to design a software, use interface, system validation operation. So we might not have all this in on day one, but we can evolve the laboratory for the international standards and have this kinds of system in place where the instrument is being validated before it is put into operation, then its functions have been monitored at regular intervals. The patient data enters the system automatically, the report is generated automatically. But there are checks which would inhibit reporting directly going to the patient, and there is a manual intervention. What used to happen in COVID? All the reports were given to the ICMR first or the local authorities first, like the corporation, and then they were submitted to the patient. So all those kinds of checks are mandatory depending on the requirement of the nation or the state or the local authorities. But we need to work towards strengthening of the lab using software systems. Next slide, please. Then the next guideline which I came around was about waste management. So in the facility, we have to ensure that all individuals are trained. But these are the international guidelines. We have to look into our national ones. Going to the next. All of us are supposed to be aware of the Central Pollution Control Board guidelines. The latest guidelines are 2016, which are amended almost every year. There 17, 18, 19, 20 when the COVID was there. So we are supposed to be aware of these guidelines so as to develop our own facility and the safety in the facility. Next slide. For the state of Maharashtra, we have to follow the Maharashtra Pollution Control Board guidelines, which are in concurrence with the national guidelines. What would differ is the central biomedical waste treatment facilities, which is city-wise. Like in Mumbai, we have got SMS and Clean. In Pune, we have got a third party, which is named POSCO. So every city would have their own central biomedical waste treatment facilities, and we have to abide by the guidelines, as well as we have to have proper MOU with these third parties. Next slide. There's one more guideline which talks about lab design, where to place which working area. So we are not going into detail, but we have to understand that there has to be unidirectional workflow with the help of this type of guidelines. Next one. So there are guidelines separately on molecular methods. Next one. So these are just a few examples. There are around 26 guidelines which talks only about development of a facility. So just to show you a few examples how we develop our own standards for our own lab or SOPs for our own lab is dependent on these guidelines. Next one. Yeah. So when we talked about accreditation, what we need is that all these things which were discussed by Naina ma'am and whatever points which I have discussed, where do they fall when we talk of accreditation? In previous standards, it was talked about in control of records in clause number 4.13. All the facilities like for storage, for staff, patient collection, and the environmental conditions was talked in clause number 5.2, and storage and retention of sample in 5.7. As compared to the newer ISO guidelines, where we talk of creation, amendment, and retention of record in a clause number 8, for the facility controls, the safety, the storage of individuals, we talk in clause number 6.3, and the handling of samples after examination, clause number 7.4. So this is just a gist what relevance it has with the current accreditation standards is this couple of clauses which are there, and the documents records are checked by the assessors during assessment of the individual lab. So thank you very much. I think this was the last slide for your kind attention. And I thank MUHS, I thank Jayanti Shastri Madam, and I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present development of facility in a hospital. Thank you very much. Any questions? I would be happy to answer.
Thank you so much, sir, for this informative session on overview of facilities, implementation of quality systems in laboratories, the need for standard operating protocols, and biomedical waste management. So it was a really informative session. I request the participants to quickly drop their queries in the chat box. Sir would be clearing them right now.
If no questions are there, we can move to the next section. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Joymita Malik to introduce the next speaker.
Yeah, Dr. Joymita and Dr. Aswati, just a moment. I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Shripad sir for a very informative session. So on behalf of MUHS, thanks a lot, sir. And we are moving actually ahead of time, and I have just requested Dr. Yogesh Paude to join. So he's yet to join, Joymita. So let sir join and then you introduce him. That would be better.
Okay, ma'am. Fine.
And Badane sir, once Dr. Yogesh Paude sir joins, please make him the co-host.
Yes, madam.
You can start sharing the screen, Joymita, so that we'll get to know about our next speaker. And then you can,
Yes,
of
ma'am.
course, introduce once he joins. And Badane sir, can we also post now the morning attendance link, please?
Yes, madam. Like,
So all participants, please note that the morning attendance link has been posted in the chat box. It will remain open only for 15 minutes. I hope I am loud, clear. Please mark your morning attendance. Yes, Dr. Yogesh Paude has joined our team at MUHS. Can you please? Yeah, he's a co-host now. Yeah, a warm welcome, Dr. Yogesh. He's also traveling, but it is very gracious of you to accept the invitation. And I would now hand it over to Dr. Joymita, Dr. Aswati, to please introduce him.
Good morning, everyone. It is my honor to invite Dr. Yogesh Pavade, sir, for his session on overview of test system. Dr. Yogesh is an associate professor in biochemistry at St. GS Medical College and KEM Hospital, Mumbai. He has a notifiable experience in assessing quality of laboratory processes and medical institutions as a trainer, NABL lead and technical assessor, as well as an NMC assessor. Besides having wide experience in clinical biochemistry, he is trained in medical education and competency-based medical education with ACME and GSMC, Foundation for Advancement of International Medical Education and Research. He holds recognition for more than 21 publications and 6 copyrights to his position. I would request Sir to share your screen with us and carry forward the session. Thank you.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir, it is.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes.
Thank you for confirmation. Okay. Thank you very much for the warm welcome and kind introduction. I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to interact with you and share my input thoughts on test systems and my experience in clinical laboratory practices. So to start with, this is the session, the topic which was assigned to me was test systems. So when we say test system in any laboratory, it not only includes the analytical part or examination part of the test or any test parameter for that matter, but it includes its pre-analytical, post-analytical, all the research or all the data research available or knowledge available for that particular test parameter and its application in that particular disease. So test system and its utility may be a relative term. It changes disease to disease and purpose to purpose. So we'll see how the test systems are going to are there where we have to apply our knowledge, and it should be in a streamlined fashion. So the flow of test systems is like here in different colors I have mentioned. The purpose of the examination, first of all, is very important, for which the test is being deployed for its purpose. So then there are type of sample, which type of sample you are going to use, then patient preparation needed. Sometimes for a particular test, specific instruction has to be given to the patient, then type of container or additive to be used, then sample acceptance and rejection criteria. We should be aware of that. For a particular test, these acceptance and rejection criteria changes. Then principle of examination procedure, its methodology, then complete procedural steps, the requirement of various reagents and equipment for that particular test to be performed, performance characteristic of that particular examination method. We will discuss how this performance characteristic changes depending on the scope of the test and its purpose underlined. Then calibration procedures, the method calibration, the equipment has to be calibrated. Along with that, the method also has to be calibrated for the intended scope. Then procedural steps, we follow the SOPs, right from its quality control to starting the analyzer, then the preparation of quality control material, etc. So all SOPs has to be followed when we discuss about the test systems. Then there are quality control procedures, which include internal quality control and external quality control. Interferences and cross reactions are there, which usually happen when there are variations in the matrix parameters. We'll come to that matrix, what is the matrix and how these cross reactions affect our clinical interpretation. Calculation of result and measurement uncertainty. Again, it's a risk of any particular examination procedure which we have to accept and go on reporting the results. That is what the measurement uncertainty is. Then biological reference intervals, clinical decision limits of values, reportable interval of examination result. Then it comes to a clinical interpretation part of the laboratory results. Then there are potential sources of variation which a pathologist, microbiologist or biochemist has to be aware of before reaching to a diagnosis or aiding the diagnosis of clinician or physician. We are very crucial, what can say, the part of the system where we help clinicians to reach to a particular diagnosis. So our role in clinical interpretation and potential source of variation has to be understood, and then only the report has to be interpreted. Then there are environmental and safety controls. Whatever the waste, biomedical waste, or there is risk related to the safety of the laboratory personnel or patient or environment for that matter has to be taken care of. So this is overall an outline of the test system. So we'll go one by one quickly. At times you may see that I am rushing through the slide, but because we have to stick to the timeline, I will be trying to cover all the outline in one go. So it may be seen that I am rushing through the slide, but it is not like that. First of all, purpose of the examination. The purpose of the examination, we know for what purpose this particular test is going to be deployed. It may be a diagnostic purpose purely. Maybe we are using the same parameter we are using for prognostic purpose. We are worried, or we are interested in whether the treatment is going proper or not, patient is responding to the treatment or not. That we will see through the prognosis. So again, the same test can be used for diagnosis and prognosis. It can be used for a monitoring purpose. The test can be there for only screening of the disease, surveillance purpose, or maybe a research purpose. So broadly, if I explain this, the purpose, because screening, you people are going through your research, review of literature for your thesis and all. So you may see that the screening purpose has to have a maximum sensitivity, right? We may compromise a little towards its specificity, but for the screening test, the sensitivity has to be maximum. But for diagnosis purpose, we will have to consider the equal weightage for specificity of the test also. So when we discuss and select the test, we have to see the purpose. Type of the sample. In what particular type of sample you are going to, estimate that particular parameter. So depending on the purpose of the examination requested, the appropriate sample matrix will be required, and different sample matrices may be, whole blood, plasma, but plasma in heparin, fluoride, citrate. Even for morphological studies of RBCs, we use only EDTA, not heparin, because heparin changes the morphology. So purpose defines the matrix which we are going to use. Serum, there are tests to be done in serum, urine, body fluid, CSF, amniotic fluid for prenatal testing. Then we, do analyze the stones in laboratories, urinary stones. Then body fluid cells, chorionic villi sampling are also done. Then sputum offers microbiological purposes. So depending on the scope, requirement, and the disease, the type of sample changes. So these are few pre-analytical considerations for laboratory samples. So depending on the sample, depending on the need of invasiveness of the phlebotomy, or we can say in case of FNAC, if we are going to puncture and take the bone marrow sample, we'll have to take consent of the patient, and that is very essential aspect of pre-analytical consideration, because the ISO standards and the NABL accreditation guidelines just revolve around the patient rights. So patient right of its what we can say, the quality result, as well as his rights and his right to the good diagnostic care to be provided, has to be considered first when we are giving a diagnostic services to the patient. So consent is a very important aspect. Then the correct order of draw. You people have to go through the literature available. What if the correct order of draw is affected, and what can happen because of adulteration or because of mismatch, or inappropriate concentration of anticoagulants, and what are the deleterious effects because of which this kind of changes in the order happens. So again, the proper mixing, avoiding hemolysis before you run the sample for CBC is very important. So depending on the different blood samples, whether it is urine, blood, or tissue or body fluid, the pre-analytical consideration changes, and we have to abide to the recommendations. Then coming to the patient preparation, as I already said that for the special test, we may have to prepare patient for before its actual collection time. Like patient may be having, maybe elderly, maybe childhood, then comorbidities are there. So patient preparation is needed. We need to keep patient for fasting if we are interested in plasma glucose, fasting and postprandial. Again, for the postprandial, the preparation changes. After 2 hours of his meal, we have to collect the sample. Patient has to be hydrated. Otherwise, relative dehydration may lead to erroneous high values of particular parameter under consideration. Then medication may change your parameter levels. So we have to stop the medication before, if that particular parameter is going to be affected by the medication which is currently given to the patient. Then physical activity for that matter. If we are interested in catecholamines, the physical activity will increase that. Even the plasma glucose increases of the physical activity because of gluconeogenesis and glycogenolysis. So these are the very important analytical consideration which changes the patient result, and thereby the the clinical interpretation and diagnosis, complete diagnosis, and your followed by the treatment plan will be changed if this kind of consideration not taken care of. Then timing of the sample, special instructions like midstream sample for urine collection. Okay, so these are to be considered particularly. Then type of container and additives. We have seen, we also face in our laboratory that sometimes the wrong vacuum is used by the interns. Okay, even by the first year JRs also, this is sometimes, it is not a very rare occurrence to see. So first of all, we have to understand for what purpose the different vacuum or we can say the evacuated tubes color coded are going to be used. Particularly like red top tubes, gold top tubes, then lavender, pink top tubes. These are the various, and along with that, its application is also given here, which will be there available in your textbooks, or it is available widely. But yes, we have to stick to the guidelines and the recommendation. We have the knowledge, we have the guidelines, but we do not follow, and we go on committing the mistakes by taking different and wrong type of containers and additives, which changes, and sometimes it faces the rejection by the laboratory. And again, a double prick to the patient will be a harm to the patient actually caused. So it comes to the risk assessment part. So it's a risk to the patient rights of, getting proper diagnostic care. Repeated phlebotomy procedures on the same patient may be considered as a risk. So think about patient's right when you are choosing wrong vacutainers. Then coming to the sample acceptance and rejection. Sample acceptance criteria. So the essential, what is the essential part is your TRF has all the information necessary for, correlating with the sample tube given with the TRF. Along with that, the phlebotomist, if is given the TRF and the empty vacutainer, he should be able to identify the patient. So the patient's specimen data requirement are there. So it has to be properly provided without any mismatch. But sometimes, because of certain reasons like homonyms, like the spelling of Deepak can be written as DIPK and DEEPK. So because of this, these kind of errors can happen. But there are maybe in only one type of data it may happen, like name. But other type of data like a serial number or date of birth, this may be correlating. So minor discrepancies can be, can be considered, because even for rejection of the sample, we have to think that, if it is a pediatric patient, so it is very difficult to get the pediatric sample, through the phlebotomy procedure. So we never know what efforts that particular, pediatrician might have gone through to get that sample. Though it is less, though the quantity or quality is compromised, but still the pediatrician may request, to do the test, and he will take the responsibility, whatever the erroneous results are going to be there. Because of the compromised quality and quantity, he will be responsible, and we will have to give that kind of remark on the report. But sometimes we have to accept the samples, though it fits in the rejection criteria. But that has to be mutually understood by the laboratory personnel and the clinician. Then rejection has to be done if there are no other, exceptions where we have to accept the sample, even if it is going to be rejected. So samples lacking sufficient patient identifiers, unlabeled or mismatched samples without proper labeling, no TRF given along with the sample. Again, how will you correlate? Unacceptable HL index, HL being the hemolysis, icterus, and lipemia. So there are possibility that you can see the hemolysis. Sometimes the undetected hemolysis will be there and you cannot detect. Even there is a certain concentration up to which you can, beyond which you can visually appreciate the hemolysis. But if it is less than that, you may not appreciate the hemolysis. So that there are automated analyzers which determines the acceptability based on the HL index. Inappropriate sample containers, as I mentioned earlier, unacceptable temperature conditions. Sometimes the laboratories work on B2B mode. The samples are transported from 100 kilometers away without any temperature condition maintained, or maybe they are sending with a ice packs, but those ice packs are not changed. And when they come with the ice packs which are totally melted and temperature is not maintained when it is received in the laboratory. So that is not a very rare occurrence. We usually find such kind of things in laboratories when we go for audits. So compromised quality and quantity of the sample, again, will be a rejection criteria. Then coming to the principle of examination procedure. I told you that depending on the requirement, our principle changes, whether it is a rapid test, whether it is highly sensitive, whether it is highly specific. So immunoassays, molecular techniques, they change they require different methodologies depending on the disease under consideration. Enzymatic reaction mostly for photometry, spectrophotometric analysis, chromatography. So equipment changes, platform changes, and the methodology changes, and the principle changes depending on the parameter under consideration and the disease for which we are using. We can measure that HbA1c colorimetrically or with HPLC also. But if there is a gray area, I will have to choose HPLC over colorimetry. The methodology changes, the purpose is different. I want more specificity, so I will choose HPLC for HbA1c testing, wherein for prognosis or routine monitoring, I can choose colorimetric assay for HbA1c, which is cost effective. So it depends on the purpose. Then method of examination procedure, sample preparation, reagent addition, instrument operation. So the method, a particular method which we have chosen, there is a specific requirement of the equipment or platform for that particular test to be run. Okay, so what are those requirements? At specific reagents, chemical solutions, sometimes are these methodologies are available with any particular vendor. So it becomes a proprietary thing then. So it will be a closed system. So the manufacturer of the equipment is same, and reagents, sample packs or the reagent packs of that particular company has to be used on the analyzer. Otherwise, there cannot be a change in the reagent. We cannot use other company's reagent if that particular reagents are not prepared by any other company. So it becomes a proprietary and becomes a closed system. So again, a requirement of such kind of closed systems has to be considered when scope changes and the requirement of the examination procedure changes. Then detection and measurement, all equipment have a different set of sensors, or we can say the detection system, where the absorption, emission, or retention time is measured, and it gives the result automatically. So that automatically given result in whatever form, maybe optical densities in photometries, the data has to be analyzed. And that data will be compared with the available standard or calibration curves. And after comparison, you get a data in the form of patient results. Okay, so this is what the method of examination procedure is. Coming to the performance characteristics, I told you that the required equipment and reagent has to be of quality performance. So equipment calibration will be needed. Equipment calibration is done annually, and every time when the company person or the manufacturer representative come to you every 6 months for PM, preventive maintenance, they do calibrate the equipment and they issue you the calibration certificate every one annually on the annual basis. Okay, sometimes six monthly also they issue. That is equipment calibration. But when it comes to the examination procedure also has to be calibrated, even if your equipment is calibrated. So the validation that comes under validation and verification of the examination procedure. Your manufacturer might have validated in his R&D laboratory the equipment and the examination procedure. But when it comes to the laboratory, here the complete setup changes, environmental setup changes. Okay, here the water quality changes. So because of which, whatever the performance characteristic may be of the higher degree it was in the R&D lab, but same degree cannot be achieved in your laboratory. That's why the examination procedure has to be validated and verified in your laboratory setup before it is used for patient testing. So what comes under verification and validation? So we have to see the sensitivity, specificity of the examination procedure. I told you the purpose, whether it is for screening or whether it is for diagnostic purpose, right? So the sensitivity and specificity requirement will change depending on the scope. Then verification and determination of analytical measurement range. Again, this is an analytical measurement range is what? It is the interval between least value of quantitation to its linearity. So the analytical measurement range, whatever has been quoted by the manufacturer in his kit insert, may not be achieved by you in your setup. So whatever you achieve in your setup, suppose the linearity was 500 by in manufacturer's lab, but you get only 450. So that is your analytical measurement range, and that has to be quoted in enable scope for that matter, and will be kept in your record, and all your calculations will be based on that analytical measurement range only. Okay, that is specific to your laboratory. Then accuracy and precision. By calculation of bias, you can find out the accuracy. By routinely monitoring your coefficient of variation, LJ charting, you can measure the imprecision. Okay, for consistency of result. Then calculation of measurement uncertainty. So it's a shared responsibility. Your equipment manufacturer, your kit manufacturer will quote some measurement uncertainty. हमारा CV% ये है. This is our CV% in research laboratory. But probably you will not be able to get same CV% in your laboratory. Whatever CV% or measurement uncertainty you get, that will be specific to your laboratory and will be used in your laboratory for all purposes of QC monitoring. Then interference studies. One high value sample of bilirubin may affect the glucose levels. So these kind of interferences has to be verified by you. It's a laboratory's responsibility to verify it's an ongoing process to verify interference studies in your laboratory. Though your manufacturer has done the interference studies at the time of installation of the equipment, when IQ, OQ, PQ was done. But over a period of years, your wear and tear of the equipment happens, and whatever the performance qualification you got, the first instance when the equipment was installed will change over a period of time. So it's laboratory's responsibility to do continue performance verification of the examination procedures and the carryover studies. Suppose high value sample is kept in the sequence, high value sample is kept, and the probe takes up, analyze it, and the next low value sample comes. So there may be a carryover in the next sample because of operational qualification if not satisfied, like cleaning of the probe. Okay, so these performance characteristic has to be verified. Then required equipment and reagent. So selecting equipment and reagent. What are the test system selection criteria? Must select appropriate test system based on their specific need. Manufacturer instruction has to be strictly followed. Otherwise, manufacturer will not take responsibility of imprecision you are getting in your laboratory. So manufacturer instruction has to be followed for whatever the volume of reagent, whatever the volume of, whatever the interval of incubation he has mentioned in the kit insert has to be followed. So, and then the storage conditions. Some reagent may require to be stored in the room at the room temperature, some may require 2 to 8. So the storage condition has to be followed. Then reagent and supplies labeling, open kits, unopened kit, what is the expiry date, it has to be used before expiry, and lot to lot verification. If the lot changes, it has to be, its performance characteristic has to be verified before new reagent lot is going to be implemented in the laboratory workflow. Then preparation and expiration date and other pertinent information necessary for proper use of equipment and reagents. So equipment manual comes with the equipment. So all the SOPs has to be followed as per manufacturer instruction. Key factors to monitor will be monitoring the water quality in your laboratory, temperature, humidity. These are the environmental controls which facilities will be required by the equipment to perform properly. Otherwise, you'll get erroneous results. Quality assurance. Reagent quality, we assure before when it is accepted, new lot. Okay, so lot to lot, acceptance testing of the reagent, solutions, culture media, and the other supplies must not be used if they have exceeded the expiration date. Are they deteriorated, or maybe some turbidity is there, some color change has happened in the equipment, in the reagent before it is added to the equipment. Substandard quality is there, it has to be rejected. Then coming to the calibration procedure, before we actually run the patient samples on the examination test system, we do calibrate the procedure. But whenever we use any calibrator, we have its higher order traceability with the standard, with the reference material from which it is prepared. So Dr. Ingles sir will be taking your reference items in the next session. So I'm not going in details of this traceability part. Sir will be explaining you the traceability of the, it's an unbroken chain of traceability with the higher order reference items. But we use calibrator which are available in the laboratory for calibrating our examination procedure. So we do calibrate sometimes depending on the examination procedure. They may be a single point calibration, maybe double point calibration, maybe 6-point calibration where the calibration curve is formed and the patient value is compared with the calibration curve and we get the result. Okay, this is how the calibration procedures are deployed for maintaining the standard quality of the examination procedure. So these certified reference materials sir will be covering up. So I'm skipping this slide. Procedural steps. I told you that all SOPs has to be followed in the laboratory, may that be for equipment, may that be for QC, quality control, may that be for reconstitution of reagent. So if SOPs are followed, definitely the risk to wrong concentration of the reagent or inappropriate examination procedure can be prevented and risk can be reduced. Then quality control procedures. So Dr. Ingles sir will be covering this internal quality control part of the test system. So I'm skipping this, but just to make you aware that this QC checks ensure the reliability of the test results. So reliability is related to the precision we check through internal quality control, and the bias which we use for calculating accuracy, there we use the validity word. Okay, so the steps are like using the control materials where the levels, acceptability levels are defined by the laboratory for its own IQC material which is used for on that particular equipment. Regularly assess instrument accuracy and precision through retained sample testing can be done. Okay, there are patients moving averages also, which you can identify. OPDK samples are they have a particular range which is usually seen, but there is fluctuation. Suddenly, you understand that something has happened to the system, maybe reagent, maybe equipment. That's why the values are of a particular group of patient or individuals are going high or low. So this is how we can use our acumen in quality control. Then coming to the interferences and cross reactions. Here the interferences occur when substances or conditions affect the measurement of analytes in laboratory test, leading to erroneous results. So sometimes your measurement procedure is okay, but there are other substances which are affecting your examination procedure. That's why the result is erroneous. So like for example, there are macro TSH. So large molecules of TSH resembling TSH can interfere with TSH. There are antibiotics, biotin, streptavidin. So high biotin level here will interfere with the immunoassays, leading to deranged thyroid function test. Okay, and that is how we can detect the interferences and mitigation is possible. So interference is a risk, so we have to mitigate it. Additional lab test, method comparison, dilutional procedure help identify interferences. Blocking reagents, polyethylene glycol precipitation aid in detection of the interferences. Algorithm, a proposed detection algorithm assist in clinical practice. And this interference is a performance characteristic which we have verified in the form of performance qualification when we have done our validation procedures and verification procedure in laboratory when the equipment was installed. And there are possibilities of cross reactions also. Okay, the clinical impact of interferences. So what will happen? Definitely the misdiagnosis and inappropriate management can result from undetected interferences, and clinician must collaborate and correlate closely with laboratories to prevent pitfalls. So it may not happen that should not happen that because of the erroneous result, the treatment has already been started. We might have missed that there was interference or cross reaction, and that's why the high value was low, falsely high or falsely low values were reported. But yes, it's a shared responsibility between laboratory personnel and clinicians to actually verify if the clinical presentation and laboratory findings are not correlating. And then in that case, investigation can be stepped into the actual investigation to interference or possibility of any cross reaction should be investigated. And if it is not, the repeat sample can be sent. And again, if the value is same, that means that actually the value was true and it was not erroneous. Okay, so this kind of talk will be there between the clinicians and the laboratory personnel, which will help good patient care. Calculation of results and measurement uncertainty. So there are formulas for calculated parameters based on the analyzed parameter. We do report calculated parameters which are with the formulae which are properly validated, and we have enough scientific research done for those for the validation of those calculated parameters formally. Okay, and this calculation of result includes inter-equipment comparison also. It may be a comparison between two examination procedures also. It includes harmonization exercises also to be done if there are two different examination procedures are going to be used in the laboratory for reporting the same parameter. Okay, so linear regression equations and Bland-Alpern plots can be used for comparison of two equipments and two examination procedure may be on the same equipment or a different equipment. And coming to the measurement uncertainty, this measurement uncertainty, as I told you, it's a risk. It's a residual risk which laboratory personnel has to accept that this particular examination procedure will have this particular CV%. If this is the CV%, no matter whatever we try, sometimes we have to accept that percent CV ki hamara uncertainty will be like that only. And with that accepted residual risk, we confidently report patient values. Okay, so this is what the accepted risk, and this measurement uncertainty with proper clinical meetings can be explained to the clinicians, and they should also understand that any examination procedure will have a certain element of uncertainty. Nothing is very sure that you are going to shoot true value every time. No, it is not possible. Even the higher order reference examination procedures will also have some uncertainty. Definitely it will be low. Definitely it will be low compared to the test or the examination procedure which we are following, but there will be uncertainty. Okay, and the applications here being the comparing the analytical methods, inter-equipment comparison, assessing linearity, deriving reference ranges. So in the calculation and the measurement uncertainty consideration, we will be using this. This is the scope of this measurement uncertainty. Here are the certain approaches where the uncertainty in quantitative and qualitative result has to be, these are the standard guidelines which give you, how this uncertainty contributes to the both quantitative and qualitative results, how the uncertainty integrates into medical metrology with universal metrology. That's why we understand the unbroken chain of traceability with higher order reference materials. So, and the clinical impact being the proper uncertainty assessment enhances patient safety and decision making. Why decision making? Because if that particular result in the gray area, and because of the uncertainty, we are not sure whether the person is actually, it happens at the when there are clinical decision limits. If your value is just near to the clinical decision limit, and you know that there is 1 or 2% measurement uncertainty, you will be doubtful. You will be doubtful. You can send the repeat sample, or you can check whether there was any cross reaction or interferences because of which might have happened. Or you can choose any examination procedure which is higher order compared to the diagnostic procedure. Okay, there is one reference examination procedure and there is diagnostic procedure. Diagnostic procedures we use in laboratory, and reference procedure which we use in R&D laboratories, which is very costly. That's why we cannot deploy it for the routine diagnostic work. We have a cost-effective examination procedure which are used in the laboratories, but there is traceability, there is correlation between reference examination procedure and the diagnostic procedure which is used in the laboratory. Okay, so this is how the calculation of result and measurement uncertainty explains, and it's a requirement in the test system, complete test system. So coming to the reporting part of the test results, reporting part which includes biological reference interval and clinical decision limits. The biological reference interval per se, as the name says, interval. So these are the normal reference ranges or intervals we usually call normal ranges, etc., etc. These are the specific interval that determines the expected variation. That determines the expected variation of the laboratory test result in a healthy population. You know, and you can go through the literature available how the biological reference ranges are derived. Okay, but when it comes to the reporting part, it may be age specific, gender specific, it may be a phase specific like TSH values or FSH values as per the menstrual cycle and all. So these biological reference interval will change if the scope changes, if the matrix changes, if the population changes. And coming to the clinical decision limits, you might have seen there is no interval for cholesterol given. There is no interval for, in case of ADA guideline, there is no interval given. There are cutoff limits are given. Okay, for diagnosis. So mostly these are the decision limits below or above the healthy condition or disease condition will be defined. Okay, so to guide the medical actions, these clinical decision limits are deployed. Reportable interval of examination results. Here, what is the problem? I'll explain you. Biological reference intervals and reportable intervals are different. Reportable interval of examination result means that this is the reportable interval which a laboratory will choose for for that particular laboratory's catchment area, or we can say to the particular group of patient where to which the laboratory caters. Suppose I'm having a laboratory which caters to ICCO patients, where there is a possibility that I'm getting patients for diabetic ketoacidosis. But if there is a standalone laboratory which only caters to OPD patients, walk-in patients, so getting possibility of higher glucose values in that standalone laboratories will be low. But on the contrary, for my laboratory where I'm catering to ICCO patient, because I'm getting patients of diabetic ketoacidosis, the possibility of getting high glucose values more than 500, 600 will be more. So for me, the clinically reportable interval for glucose, for that matter, we have taken example of that, will be more. I may report up to 700, 800 confidently, which a standalone laboratory may not. Okay, may not, because they are not getting such kind of results more often. So laboratory will choose their clinically reportable interval for all the parameter with proper, review of results, what they are getting, reports, then literature available, data driven. It should be a data driven strategy. What is given in the literature, up to what level a human being can survive, and up to what lower level, up to what higher level human being can survive. Can we report less than 2, less than 1.5 potassium level? Whether a human being is is there a possibility that he will be alive at that level? So the clinical decision limit, the reportable interval of examination result has to be chosen wisely with available data, and it has to be validated by experts, and it has to be aligned with the standard requirements like ISO or NABL, etc. Laboratory's clinical interpretation. Here, the interpretation of the result of patient results, the first of all, purpose has to be seen. I told you whether it is screening or diagnostic. Context matters. Here, each patient is different. Maybe age specific, gender specific BRIs or decision limit has to be used. And again, the laboratory specific clinically reportable interval will change. It helps or it modifies the clinical interpretation given for each patient. False positives, negatives possibilities, consider the possibility of false results also before reporting if it's a critical, if it is a, what we can say, sensitive test like HIV. That's why we have 2 additional levels of verification before we label patient HIV positive, right? So patient literacy, again, explain results clearly. Sometimes patient ask you, sir, iska kya hai? What is the interpretation? So sometimes we explain, sometimes we leave it to the clinician. Clinician will explain you better. So again, this in the interpretation part, it is not only the interpretation which is given on the report format, but verbally what information you are giving to the patient. Again, it adds to the requirement of the standard. Patient's rights to the information. Then coming to potential sources of variation, which may contribute to the erroneous results or the total measurement uncertainty. Pre-analytical variation. We have seen various pre-analytical or pre-examination factors affecting the actual analysis and the result, like test ordering mismatch, patient preparation not done properly, collection not done, inappropriate vacuum tenor, then sample transportation was not done in the appropriate temperature requirements, storage not done properly, labeling issues, etc. Analytical variation being measurement, this validation and verification exercise is not done, instrument not calibrated, method not calibrated. Again, IQC was failed, but the sample was run like that. Lot-to-lot verification was not successful. Biological variation also contributes to the measurement uncertainty. Inherent biological fluctuation. There is physiological variation also. Okay, then individual variation is there. Even my uric acid levels will be changing, phosphorus level will be changing throughout the day. So biological variation, maybe it is gender specific, racial variation will be there. We have different dietary habits, so you can have a different biological reference interval. And then individually also, we do change our results if we done in a day. Post-analytical variation, data entry reporting, manual error, transcription error can add to those erroneous results. Then result interpretation and clinical context has to be seen before clinical interpretation is given on the report format. Then at the last, everything is done, but we have to see risk and safety controls to the environment, to the patient, to the laboratory staff. So what safety controls has to be considered is laboratory safety guidance. There are guidelines given. It is not only safety. Safety is not only a fire or electricity, shock, etc., but can be a chemical hygiene, bloodborne pathogens, biological safety cabinets can be used. Then physical hazards or laboratory security, access control, document control, as well as access control, maintain inventory, reporting, training, etc. And yes, obviously infection control with proper biosafety guidelines and complaints and emergencies, so that the patient right has to be, preserved with appropriate information and attentiveness given to the patient during the patient care. So thank you very much. I think I have followed the timeline. I'm hopeful that this presentation has helped you in understanding the requirement of the test system, and I will be happy to answer any questions if they are. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time and informative session and educating us on flow of test systems, quality control, purpose of examination, be it diagnostic or research purpose. Also for telling us about the importance of equipment calibration and calibration procedures and laboratory safety guidance. If anybody has any queries, please ask your questions in the question answer box. Sir will be happy to answer them. Thank you, sir, once again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yogesh, for guiding the PG residents. Thank you so much for your informative session on behalf of Maharashtra University of Health Sciences. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Supriya. Thank you, Dr. Jayanti.
I would like to invite Dr. Ashwati to carry forward for the next part of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joymita.
Aswati, do we need to announce a lunch break prematurely? Because I don't think. What do we have in schedule now?
Ma'am, we have Pramod Ingre sir's session. Sir was online actually. Sir is logged in.
Sir is logged in. Yes, ma'am.
Great. Okay.
So it would be my honor to introduce Dr. Pramod Ingre, Academic Dean of Sion Hospital, Mumbai, also the Professor and Head of Department of Biochemistry, Sion Hospital, Mumbai. Sir is also an IFCC committee member of the International Task Force on Ethics and a lead and technical assessor of the NABL Laboratories India. Sir is also a member of the Board of Studies Preclinical at MUHS Nasik. Sir, we're kindly inviting you to start your session, please.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir, it is.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Once, just making some idea. Right. So, good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I would like to thank Avasti Madam for that kind introduction. My special thanks to MUHS, one for arranging such a wonderful CME for the postgraduates, and secondly, for inviting me to deliver a talk on a topic which is of my interest. My special thanks to go to Dr. Jayanti Shastri Madam for coordinating and organizing this event, and Dr. Nilima Hirani, who was instrumental in inviting me for this particular session. I would also like to congratulate MARD for taking up this initiative and presenting a bouquet of entire requirements that NMC has put forth for a postgraduate students in one single sitting of a conference. So all in all, thank you so much. And I'll move on to my topic. The topic is overview of test and reference items. Now, friends, as I have been observing and in the medical education for last several years, the thing which I observe is something we all are become expert in interpreting the report, understanding the report, technology, and so on. But majority of us fail in understanding whether the report which I sign, which I deliver to the patient, is an accurate or a reliable report. And this is all revolves around the quality control. It could be any discipline, pathology, microbiology, or biochemistry. But so long as this concept is not understood, we are not in a position to deliver the report and say with 100% confidence that what I have delivered is correct. So in my talk, I'll be taking you to the basics of what is a calibrator, what is a control, how do you calibrate a system, why calibration is required, how do you move forward, and then what is the role of the various quality control measures, how do you interpret them, and so on. Absolutely, it's not a rocket science. So the specific learning objectives of this session would be define and explain the concept of traceability and its importance in lab medicine. Define and explain the concept of calibration and its importance in lab medicine. The student should be able to understand and implement the principles and practice of internal and external quality controls. And last, use above knowledge to successfully generate an accurate test results. So this is what you are going to do in your lifetime, whether you are in teaching, not in teaching, lab is going to be a part and parcel of our life. And so this is what is required. So friends, today global health sector is undergoing a period of unprecedented transformation. It is driven by technological advancement, demographic shifts, and evolving patient needs. Lab diagnostics has always been, my screen is visible, na? Somebody?
Yes, sir, it is.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
visible and
So,
you're audible well, sir.
yeah. So lab diagnostics has always been an essential and integral part in this field of modern medicine. Along with this healthcare revolution, today's labs are also getting transformed to complement this transformation. But if you really see the percentage of labs getting transformed or healthcare system getting transformed, I think we have a larger chunk where there's a huge difference in the infrastructure at rural and urban settings, and similarly in the public sector and the private sector. Limitation of resources is always a challenge to the developing nations. India is although developing very rapidly, but still a challenge to cater to such a larger population. But all in all, giving the most accurate report to the poorest of the poor is our ultimate objectives. And as lab representative, we should have in mind whatever report I sign is going to be an accurate and the most reliable report. Usually in a medical college or even the hospital setup, there is a general feeling that lab tests are very easy. There is an analyzer, you put in the sample, you get the result. So friends, lab tests are not simple. Majority of the diagnostic testings, they involve multi-step processes. And every step, there is a chance of error. So multi-step processes, so ultimately multiple sources of error. Take simplest test of like rapid test strips, TB sputum, semi-automated chemistry analysis. It has been found out that these simple tests have these simple procedures have almost 45 steps which are susceptible to error. So anything goes wrong in any one of the steps, your ultimate result is going to get affected. Over and above, manual and semi-automated tests, which are being used most probably in the public health sector, in the rural sector, they're subject to inaccuracy, which is mainly due to lack of operator competence or failure to adhere to standard test procedures. There are also other sources of errors such as incorrect reagent, storage, expiration, instrument inaccuracy, and so on. A lot has been covered by the previous speakers, and I will not repeat those things. So having all these hurdles around, we have to give an accurate report to the patient. And for this, I personally feel what matters is the calibration and the controls. These are the two areas. If you really focus on these two areas, of course, your SOP has to be in place, your procedure, everything, details have to be placed, your environmental conditions, your competence of the staff, everything has to be put into place. But having done that, having achieved an MD degree, what you are going to do, you know all other things. What is important is what is a calibration and what is a control. I'll be focusing on these things. So what's the calibration is? Calibration, say for example, I will put calibration as a physical balance. You see a physical balance or take a Bania balance. Now take a Bania balance, and if you go to the market and if you demand for a 1 kg sugar, the Bania will put 1 kg weight, and against that he will weigh the 1 kg sugar. Now calibration is exactly the same thing. You are programming the instrument that this is something standard. This is a calibrator. It has this X value, and you are going to feed this value. And based on that, instrument will analyze that particular thing, calculates its OD or whatever form of calculations and it will fix in mind, this is giving me this optical density. So I have, this concentration is giving me this optical density. So for every further unknown, it is going to calculate on the basis of that calibrator. The question, so is what is simply defined in technical terms is a comparison of a measurement instrument's performance to a standard of known accuracy. So what a Bania puts 1 kg is a standard of known accuracy against which he will weigh sugar or whatever you want to weigh. But what makes us confident that the standard is accurate? In other words, what is that the shopkeeper is putting that 1 kg weight is exactly 1 kg. It could be 900 gram, it could be 800 gram. And that is the question. And similarly, the standards which are provided in semi-automated kits or the calibrators which are being provided by the manufacturer, what is the guarantee that when they say that this glucose is a calibrator of 112 or this glucose standard is of 100 milligram percent, is it that 100 milligram percent or 112 milligram percent of calibrator? Because my entire test methodology and the results will be dependent on that calibrator. That is the standard based on which my patient results would be analyzed. And so it is a big, big challenge to understand how it is going to work. So what is important? We have to understand the concept between something called as a control, a standard, and a calibrator. Control, I'll come a bit later. There are two terminologies used, standard and calibrator. Of course, these terminologies can be used interchangeably. But by and large, what you see in the semi-automated kits, what you get is a standard. Now, that standard usually comes in a water medium, and that standard is prepared from a known powder, any glucose powder. They will weigh and they will say this is 100 milligrams. Okay. And there is something, if you take, say, imported kits, kits from the reputed companies, they will have something called as a calibrator. And that calibrator, they will give a very specific value. So first thing you have to remember, calibrator, especially in medical testing, when you say, and it is specifically applied to quantitative testings, it is something, it is a material or a material with known quantitative characteristics. Its value is fixed. In a simple word, calibrator has got one single value. If you take control say level 1 of glucose, it will have something between range is 80 to 120. So it will give you a range. Calibrator will say this is a calibrator of 100 milligram percent, 105 milligram percent, 108 milligram percent. So value of the calibrator is fixed. That is number one. Now, when the value of the calibrator is fixed, as a lab tech persons, we have to understand against what that value is fixed. Suppose I take a glucose powder which is available in the market. I weigh that glucose powder, and against that way I put up a 100 milligram standard. Is it a confirmed 100 milligram percent? There can be various sources of error. My glucose powder may not be 100, that concentration may not be active. It could have undergone deterioration. The balance in which I am weighing is something which is not performing correctly. So with all those things, when you have all those things, it becomes difficult. So what is more important? These calibrators have to be traceable to NIST standards. So what do you mean by traceability? So traceability refers to a chain of measurement that connects the accuracy of a measurement instrument or a standard material maintained by a National Metrological Institute. I'll just explain you for your understanding. Whatever calibrator, if I get from a reputed company, that calibrator has been prepared from a source which has been prepared from a third source, or and so on, which ultimately comes from a proper NIST standard. So proper NIST standard, proper NIST labeled glucose powder with the fixed concentration. They will prepare certain standards. They will go in the market. From these standards, the substandard, sub-substandard, sub-substandard, that way it will flow. So ultimately, the one that you get in the lab will have the traceability, the topmost traceable standard which is available with NIST. So that is traceability. So what is important that you are not able to check this traceability, but you have please ensure that when you take a calibrator or a standard, ask the manufacturer about the traceability. If he is able to produce the traceability certificate, then you for sure that the calibrator or standard that you are going to use has that specific value. If he is not able to produce that thing, then you are not sure whether it is having or not. So when you seek for calibration, there are two types of calibrations. One is equipment calibration and test calibration. Equipment calibration, we don't do it. It is done by the company engineers. They calibrate all measuring components of the equipment like photometer, lamp intensity, various voltage fluctuations for electrical fluctuation, the syringe which aspirate the sample, whether it's able sample or reagent, whether it's able to aspirate the correct volume of the testing. So this is done by the company engineers. What is our requirement? Whenever the company engineers carries out preventive maintenance or does a calibration, obtain a calibration certificate and ask him to give the raw data as evidence. You did a photocal, so what is your observations? You did electrical fluctuations, so what are voltage fluctuations? What was the standard deviation? What was the syringe? What was the total standard deviation in the syringe at various levels of aspirations and so on? But there is one more thing. Certain equipments like blood gas analyzers, ISC analyzers, pH meters, they are not calibrated by the company engineers because the technologies are altogether different. So there is an assay calibration. So with the reagent, you calibrate it and you calibrate it. And once you calibrate it, like in ABG analyzer, you have an ABG calibrator. So it has an inbuilt calibration system, reagent calibration system. And every 4 hours, 8 hours, as per the defined program, it will go on calibrating. Secondly is the test calibration. So when you're doing a test calibration, please remember you have to either have a standard or calibrator, but whatever you have, it will has to have an assigned fixed value. It cannot be a range. And the value that has been given has to be traceable to NIST standard. This is very, very important. So you get that calibrator, feed that calibrator, you feed the calibrator value in your program, the name of the test, the lot number of the calibrator, and the unit in which it is to be put. Then there are at times there are multi-level calibrations, especially certain ELISA parameter. There's a multi-level controls are there. So even in clinical biochemistry, you have multi-level calibrations. So under that circumstances, if you have multi-level calibration, in this calibration is level 1, this is level 2, this is level 3, and so on. What is it? Once you feed all those things, once you put the calibrators in place, instrument will take up those calibrators, will assess, and will measure the output of it, which could be in the form of optical density or any other thing. Now, once it measures the optical density, it knows what is the defined concentration, what is the optical density, and based on that, it will calculate something called as a factor. Whether it's semi-automated, fully automated, there is going to be a factor. So every time you run a sample, it is just going to analyze the optical density. It will just multiply it with that factor and you will get the end result. So calibration becomes so important because the factor depends on the entire calibration, the quality of calibration, the traceability of calibration. If this factor go wrong, all our test results are multiplied by factor and all your test results are going to go wrong. So it's very, very important that your calibration has to be perfect. I'm giving you simple examples, 1 or 2 graphs which will try to show you, and this is on, you can say, if you can see, this is a this is a calibration curve of glucose, and then what is the lot number, what is the concentration, what absorbance the machine has found out, and based on that it will calculate factor. So when you run calibration, you already use, even if you have 1 single calibrator, you have to put distilled water as blank, and you have to put the calibrators, you have to distill water and blank, enumerate the lot number. Of course, distilled water will not have any lot number or concentration, but it may get some minimal absorbance would be detected. Against the calibrator also certain absorbance, this is absorbance of 1.08. If you could see here, it matches to 1.08 of absorbance. The calibrator concentration is 285, this is 300, so exactly 285 and 1.02. So what it has done, it has plotted a curve. Based on that, it has derived a factor. So for any further absorbance, for a test sample, it will just going to multiply by this factor and will give you the result. To give you a simple example, this is an example of a calibration of a, so this is a glucose sample now. It's a test sample now. So this is a test sample wherein I can show you that the total time period is of, I think, 60 cycles. So each cycle is around 4.5 seconds. So what it has done after the sample goes, the test and reagent is added, it goes for incubation, and the reaction goes on increasing and ultimately stabilizes. So typically it will vary from instrument to instrument, the program will vary. But here it has taken reading from the 60th position to 63rd position. So between these positions, it have taken the day reading. It has taken an average of this optical density multiplied by the earlier factor and you get the result. This is typical endpoint chemistry. But if you see that you can say like enzymes. Now enzymes is something where there is an NAD to NADH conversion, there is an fall in the absorbance. And if you can see here, if you see the calibration curve, exactly it is going down. Your zero blank is here, and the calibration that your like absorbance that you are getting is a negative absorbance. Based on that, the factor that you get is negative. And when you run a sample, what usually happens in the typical, you can say, enzymatic curve, there's no reaction. Then once the enzyme substrate reaction occurs, it will go up and then it will plateau. And during this plateau, from here to here, they have taken readings from 15 to 23rd cycle. They take the readings here, they take the mean of these readings, multiply by that factor, and you get the value. So what I really wanted to tell you, you have to understand how important it is to know what a calibrator you're using, whether it is trustable or not. And when you run the calibration, your calibration has to be really, really successful. You should keep on monitoring the factors that you get on the calibrations every now and then, so that you know that with the previous lot and new lot, there is not much change in my factor. So things are going to be fine. So that finishes with my calibrations. And now before I move on to the controls, I need to tell you few important definitions. There are more than this, lot of definitions one has to know, but these are very, very simple definitions, something called as a true value. Like we all have done our MBBS and we have all learned that there is nothing like a concept of, you can say, a very ideal drug. Okay, we have that, like there is an ideal drug cannot exist. Similarly, a true value cannot exist. I say that this glucose is 100 milligram percent, it cannot be there. It will have come with certain variations. So ideal concept which cannot be achieved. But what is accepted true value? The value which is very, very close to the actual true value, we call it as the accepted true value. And then there are the concept of accuracy, precision, and error. And we all have been learning about what's up one second, about this dart and arrow thing. Just these 4 circles, try to remember it, and you are just throwing the arrows. What you are having, if you see here, what you are having, I'll take this examples. You are hitting the target. This is the true value, and all your results are nearby the true value. So this we call it as an high accuracy. Here also your values are very, very close to the true value. So again, we call it as high accuracy. What about this? Your values are very, very close to each other, but they are away from the target. So the values are, we call it high precision. They are precise. The precise is agreement between the replicate measurements. They are agreeing between the replicate measurement, but they are far away from the true value. They are low in accuracy. So what ideally is required is high accuracy, high precision, very close to each other, very close to the target. And here, this is something which we never wanted. It's neither close to target, nor even the repeated measurement. They are close to each other. So it's low accuracy, low precision. And there's one more concept of error. We always call it as error or bias. So what is that? Error or bias is the discrepancy or the difference between the value of the measurement, the actual measured value, and the accepted value. So deviation from the true value is called as the error. Now coming to another big subtopic, and that is quality control. And I know it's a very, very important topic. And what it is, many of us have phobia about quality control. It's absolutely so simple. Quality control in a medical diagnostic lab is a statistical process, and it's a very simple statistics that we use. Statistical process used to monitor and evaluate the analytical process. So we run the analytical process, we get certain data, we put that data into a statistical mode, and we try to analyze quality control. It is as simple as that. And quality control differs very much from quality assurance. What Dr. Yogesh has covered, Dr. Shripad has covered, Dr. Naina madam has covered. This all quality assurance. Quality assurance is not only quality control. It will monitor quality indicators. It will have the quality system procedures, your standard operating procedures. So there will be n number of things that will be a part of quality assurance. Quality assurance is an overall management plan to guarantee the integrity of data and integrity of laboratory working. But quality control is very, very precisely a very separate chapter by itself to monitor and evaluate the analytical process. So how do you do it? So there are two you can say two types of quality control: internal quality control and external quality control. We know all about them. What is IQC? What is ECAS? Now I'll tell you one thing. What internal quality control will do? All of you have been doing it in your labs. So what we run a sample on a daily basis or sometimes twice a day or something like that. And we only see that whether the values, the repeated values, they agree with each other or not. So by doing quality control, we are mainly focusing on the precision testing, not the accuracy testing. Of course, today we have a lot of quality controls which come with assayed quality control. We get the value from the manufacturer. So suppose the manufacturer gives a value of say 115 mean. And if I'm getting result nearby 115, I'm satisfied. But if I'm getting a value, repeated value along 80, I will think over it. Okay, oh, this is a gross difference between the manufacturer and myself. So what needs to be done? But by and large, all internal quality control, if you're running a sample repeatedly and you're seeing the agreement between those repeated measurements, it is more of a precision testing. Whereas external quality control, which we do once in a month or once in 3 months or so like that, it is comparison between my value and the others which are being participating in the program. So it is a more or less a value of my accuracy. So if a mean is taken, how much my value deviates from there, the mean of the entire population. So that is giving me closeness of the between the true value and the my value. So it is more of an accuracy. Now coming to internal quality controls, and I just want to know that I'm not promoting any company or something like that. But yes, as a postgraduate, we should know what are various commercial IQC products available in the market. And the leaders are Biorad, Randox, the Indian company Randox, and Erba. And then we have all multinationals, Roche, Beckman, Siemens, Mindre, and so on. So everybody has IQC products, everybody has calibrators. Calibrator will come with a fixed and designated value. IQC products will come with a range. So control always come with a range and not a fixed value as that of standard or calibrator. This has to be 100% fixed in your minds. Now, when I take a quality control material, how do you know that that quality control material is fit for purpose, or it is the right material which I want to use it in my laboratory? And so what are certain things apart from the cost and the availability? What are key things that one should look for it? One is the matrix similarities. Matrix is the base in which the control is prepared. Now, it has to be as close to as to patient sample. So there are controls which are prepared from bovine serum sample, controls which are prepared from human serum sample, controls which have been prepared in normal saline, water. So you have to see those which are not in the matrix will not be. Especially the standards which come in the semi-automated kits, they are mainly prepared in the normal saline or distilled water. So they affect. So you have to have a control material which has got a matrix similarity. Second thing is that they should have concentration at clinically relevant decision levels. Now, controls, usually chemistry controls come with two level, level 1, level 2, or normal and abnormal. hematology and immunoassay controls, they come with 3 level: level 1, level 2, level 3. So normal, or you can say low, normal and high. So something like that. So you should be able to not that something which is very, you have a glucose, you have a control level 1 of 100 and level 2 of 130. So they're very close to each other. There is no, you cannot say whether it's diabetic, non-diabetic. That differentiation will be very, very difficult. So they have to be at a clinically relevant decision levels. It is also said that you have to be independently manufactured. They have to be third-party control. Say, for example, if I'm using a Roche, Beckman, or any other analyzer, and if I'm using their reagents also, closed system, and I'm using their controls only, so their entire testing system is tested by them, and it will have a reproducibility. So, but I'm not sure whether the same system which they have in their plant, I'm going to replicate the same environmental conditions, same storage conditions, same personal competence. So I need something which is at my location. So what would be better, that I have a Beckman equipment, I use a Roche reagent, or a vice versa, or something like that. So it's have to go for third party control. As far as possible, there has to be a control, has to be multi-analytes. In one control, there should be maximum analytes. It only logistically it is easy, otherwise it has no other advantage, because you have to store, if you have separate analytes for separate controls for everything, then there will be a lot of inventory, then expiry, so all those issues come up. So it's better to have a multi-analyte control. You cannot remove control daily and keep it daily, because removing, freezing, thawing is going to affect the quality of the control. So it is always good that you reconstitute the control. Say you have a 5 ml control, you put it into small aliquots of 200 or 400 or 300 microliters, and daily you take it one aliquot. So it should be possible to store them in small aliquots. Not possible for hematology control, very short shelf life. Not possible for coagulation controls, in a very, very small shelf life. But as far as possible, because even the quantity is less in coagulation, this thing, so it should be stored in small aliquots. It should have a high shelf life, easy to reconstitute, and the company should be able to offer a technical support. Then when you buy a control, when you say how many times you should run, and there is no guideline in the country which says that you have to do this. The only agency that we all try to follow, either you are accredited or non-accredited, one should ideally follow, is NABL, because it is the only accrediting agency in the country, and it comes from Department of Science and Technology. So that is the standard for us. So in the earlier guidelines, they had something like this. Like if you have more than 25 samples a day, you run one level. Test per day, you run one level. If it is 25 to 75, you run 2 level once a day. And if it is more than 75, you run 2 level twice a day. Now, why I have specifically put this slide is correct way of doing it. Because it means that if the lab has a high business or high volume, then and only then the lab will run more number of controls, more number of times, like 2 level twice a day. And so that here, when you run 2 level of control twice a day, your quality control systems become so stringent that the chance of getting a wrong result is almost removed. But if you see that when you have a workload of less than 25, you are running only one level once a day. So if you're running a normal control, you don't know what is happening at the abnormal end, and vice versa. If you're running a control in the morning, you do not know by the end of the day your system is still the same or whether it has deteriorated. So I think this was further debated. And then the new guidelines, they are very, very categorically classified what it is. I will not go through the entire chart, but basically for all clinical pathology, hematology, CBC, ESR, HbA1c, and coagulation, you have to run 2 levels QC daily in the morning. And if you are 24/7 lab, you have to run it 2 level twice a day at 12-hour interval. Urine routine, 1 level morning and 1 level at night. This I'm speaking for 24-hour lab. If it is only daytime running lab, only the first part has to be taken into consideration. Biochemistry, 2 level QC, once in the morning or whenever you have a high load. Even here, whenever we speak about 2 level QC, in the morning or whenever you have the maximum workload, and then 1 level alternatively in the evening and night at 8-hourly interval. If you have a serological qualitative test, then qualitative test, you get very limited amount of controls, and you all say 25 test kit is come for HIV, tried all. So you can't be running control every time when you run a test. So positive and negative controls to be run for kit verification whenever you open a new kit. So with every new kit, you run a control, verify it's running fine, and then you move on. So that is about the frequency and number of controls to be run. Now, when you have a quantitative control, say qualitative controls are very easy. You have positive or negative, and based on that you decide on it. But when you have a quantitative data, like in coagulation, in hematology, in biochemistry, immunoassays, you have a quantitative data. So for quantitative data, the manufacturer will give a control, and manufacturer will give the range of manufacturer. Ki glucose has a value from this to this. Is it good enough to go ahead with manufacturer's data? So actually it is said, as per NABL and ISO guidelines, you cannot go by manufacturer's claim. Reason is same thing. Manufacturer's claim are at the manufacturer's environmental conditions, whatever condition situation he has. Your lab is a different setup. You have a complete different system. So what result it gives at your system is going to be more important. Sometimes it will be even lesser. The range would be smaller than the manufacturers. Sometimes it would be worrisome. It would be wider. But by and large, with my own experience, your range at your place, it definitely becomes a narrow range. So what do we do when you have new lot of controls? For first 20 runs, you consider manufacturer's mean NASD. So for first 20 days, ideally it was that for first 20 days, you run the earlier QC also. So if you run earlier QC, the cost on the lab really goes tremendously high. So best is that you follow manufacturer's guidelines for first 20 days. After 20 days, you will have 20 data points for each of the analyte. So after 20 data points are obtained, you calculate your lab defined mean NASD. How it is to be calculated, it will be explained in the next slide. And then thereafter, when you have lab defined mean NASD, use this lab defined mean NASD for plotting and monitoring your LJ charts and to apply Westcard. And the lab can define its own criteria for accepting or rejecting the run, that I'll come to a bit later. So what in all? First 20 days, follow manufacturer's pamphlet, whatever. Then you have a data set of 20 points for each analyte. Once you have data sets for each analyte, you calculate mean SD and then you go ahead. Now, please note, control for some analyte, such as CBC, coagulation and blood gases, have a very short shelf life. So when you have a very short, like chemistry controls, immunoassay control, they have got a long expiry. 12 months they have, you can store your control. But CBC control, they will be expired in like 3 weeks. Coagulation would be around 10-15 days. So blood gases a month. So once blood gases, once you open it, it doesn't. You have to use it immediately. So they have a very short shelf life. So therefore, in this case, lab mean or lab SD cannot be calculated. In such situation, lab can use the manufacturer's assigned mean and SD to detect out of control values. So in these conditions, you will have to use the manufacturer. You can't have a lab defined mean, but what is required, you will have to calculate your percent CV. What is percent CV? I'll come to it bit later, but just remember what has been given in the green is something which has been very categorically been given by NABL. You have to calculate your percent CV, and your percent CV has to be maintained properly. What it is, I'll come to it bit later. So you have 20 data points. So you calculate mean. I'll not go in detail because all of you are doing biostatistics as a part of your post-graduation. So, and these are very simple biostatistics, which you have learned in our MBBS days also. So what is, you have to calculate mean, you have to calculate the standard deviation, so dispersion, and based on the standard deviation, what you have to calculate? You have to calculate the coefficient of variation. So what is coefficient of variation? CV. It is nothing but the standard deviation expressed in percentage. Very simple formula, you can note it down. CV percent is equal to standard deviation divided by mean into 100. What you are actually doing is, you are converting your mean into a percentage. Supposing in 100, I get 4 as my standard deviation. 150, I'll get 6. But I will not be able to correlate which is right or which is wrong. But if I convert both to the percentage, both is 4%. I'll just give you another example. Like before that, I'll give you another example. So why CV? Since we are discussing on CV, why CV is preferred to standard deviation? So SD at times can mislead. I'll give you a simple example. Say, for example, I have two analyzers, and one analyzer I'm using hexokinase method for glucose, and another analyzer I'm using GOD-POD as glucose. Hexokinase has given me a ST of 4.8, and GOD-POD has given me a SD of 4. Now, it usually feel that this is a higher number, so hexokinase has got a higher dispersion, so my preferred method of choice will be GOD-POD. But when I actually see what is the mean against which it has come, this is 4.8 SD for a mean of 130. This is 4 SD for a mean of 100. If I convert them into percentage, here my CV is 3.7%, here my CV is 4%. So ultimately what I said, hexokinase has got a better performance than GOD-POD method. So that's one thing. So percent CV, percent CV is independent of analyte concentration. Analyte concentration could be low, high, medium, but percent CV will remain constant. And it is a reflection of overall appreciation or variation in the test system. When you see the percent CV, it is not measuring only for the control. It is control, calibrator, equipment, reagent, everything is taken into. So the dispersion which occurs because of the entire test system is called as a coefficient of variation. So even if you change your control, even if you change your calibrator, even if you change your reagent system, by and large, your percent CV should not change very abruptly. If you feel that your percent CV for glucose is 4% and suddenly it is becoming 8%, it is a big, big warning. Something is seriously going wrong and you have to introspect what it is. So if control material is not available, I don't think now we have a situation like that, but it's some places, then you carry out retesting of retained samples at random, retesting of retained, you can say ECAS sample, a sample from known volunteer, and so on. So when I say you run controls, why run controls? What is the importance about it? So controls will tell you whether your entire system is in place or not, or is there is a problem. When you say problem in biochemical, in quality terms, it is called as an error. And there are two types of error, a random error and a systematic error. What's the random error? It's an unavoidable error that are always present in any measurement. Whatever you try to do, there is going to something which will crop up, all of a sudden and it will disappear. That is random error. It is impossible to eliminate. So something which you are not able to, sometimes your control go and you rerun it and it's fine. You rerun it third time, it is fine. But you can't tell reason why it had gone wrong for the first time. So that's a random error. You have to accept it. Systematic error is an error which is there over the system. And it's avoidable error due to controllable variables in memory. So error which has occurred in a controllable variables, it can be controlled, and that is a systematic error. So random error, I'll give you a few examples. Error in pipetting. Supposing somebody is putting ELISA or something like that, or manual, you can say they are pipetting in a semi-automated thing. Suddenly the technician, some fatigue, something like that, talking with someone, and he over pipettes, under pipettes. Only one sample suddenly goes wrong. So that's random error. You have air bubble in the syringe. Random error. Sudden electrical fluctuation, then everything stabilizes, but the measurement is taken at that point of time, random error. So random errors, and these errors you cannot avoid, but they can be minimized by training, supervision, and adherence to standard operating procedures. Coming to systematic error, these are the errors caused due to certain deterioration in the test system. Something is going wrong in the test and you have to understand it. Evidence, it will what? It will change the mean. The control mean will change. Suppose you have control mean of glucose is 100 for level 1. It will suddenly start showing you 90, 92, a little bit drop down on the higher side. So there is going to be something, the change in the mean may be gradual or demonstrated as a trend or shift, which I'll discuss a bit later. And what are the causes of systematic error? Wear and tear of pipettes. So pipette, we did not have abrupt pipetting. Pipette today, if it has to aspirate, say 20 microliter of or 200 microliter of reagent, instead of 200, it will start aspirating 202, 203, 204. So that way, slowly wear and tear of pipettes, deterioration of temperature control, the deterioration of reagent, control, calibrator, expired calibration, tubings obstruction, cuvettes are aging. So naturally, as they age, the error will slowly go on increasing. The lamp or the photometer is aging. So these are the errors which can be picked up. You will know that something is going wrong in the system over a period of time. So you know that you're going to pick up the errors. You have to pick up the errors. And to pick up the errors, you have to run controls. And when you run controls, you have to also understand that whether my controls are right or wrong. So what we do, we try to plot these controls on a LJ chart or called as a Levy-Jennings chart. And if you see this Levy-Jennings chart, the green line which shows the 200, this is a chart for cholesterol level, control level 1. So this is the test is cholesterol control level 1. This is unfortunately come as level 2, so level 1. The mean is at 200. Okay, the mean is at 200. The lot number has to be specified. And then when 20 results were done, after calculating 20 results, we got a mean of 200 and the standard deviation of 4. So what we do, we plot 1 SD on plus and minus 1 SD, plus or minus 2 SD, and plus or minus 3 SD. Here 1 SD is not shown, it's directly 2 SD. So 4 is your standard deviation. So your 1 SD is 4, 2 SD will be 8. So 200 minus 8 would be 192 here and 208 here. And similarly, the level 3 comes. So you plot a graph. And daily when you get a control, you plot that control, whatever value that you get, you're plotting this 200. Here you have got around 205. It has gone down to like 194 and so on. You keep on plotting and then you join those dots. That is how the LJ chart is being plotted. Now, having done this, when you plot LJ chart, what do you do? I have seen in many of the laboratories, majority of the laboratories, LJ chart is taken as an exercise which is done at the end of the month or 2 months or just before the audit. This is very, very wrong because you are not able to pick up what exactly has gone wrong. And you will have to use this LJ chart to apply to various Westcard rules. Now, what are Westcard rules? They're combination of certain decision criteria, and they will tell you whether there is an error, and if there is an error, whether it is likely to be a random error or a systematic error. So Westcott has given multiple groups, 1 2s, 1 3s, 2 2s, R4s, 4 1, 10x, and so on. So when you have so many, let us go by one by them and try to understand them. Now, 1 2s. 1 2s is a warning. So what does 1 2s rule say? That one control result outside 2 standard deviation. You have a value here where it has gone the 2 standard deviation. Now, if you go by the normal distribution curve, we take 2 SD on the other side, which means that 95% of the data is under 2 SD. But remember, in the normal distribution curve, there's almost 4.5 to 5% data which will be between 2 and 3 SD. So when you get a value outside 2 SD, you cannot call it immediately as an error. So what you get is a warning. Is something, it could be an error, it is an alert, there could be a random error, or it could be a beginning of a systematic error. But you have to watch. But no patient test to be rejected, run patient samples, release patient report, nothing has been done. Majority of the labs, they have the range being defined between plus and 2 minus SD. And if it goes outside, the control is repeated. So 1 2s is repeated in majority of the labs. That is a sheer wastage of resources. It should not be done. One control level outside 2 SD, no, don't worry about it. If you get any one control outside 3 SD, your 99.5% results come under 3 SD. So there's hardly any chance, you're close to 100%. There's hardly any chance that your result will go out of 3 SD. So once it goes out of 3 SD, it's a violation. So what does it say? It is an error. It could be a random error, or it could be a beginning of a systematic error. And 1 3s, you cannot accept this control. You have to reject this run. And then you have to rerun the control, carry out root cause analysis, and then only patient results can be performed. You cannot perform patient results when you get a 1 3s violation. Then we have something called as 2 2s. We saw the first rule as 1 2s, one control going outside. So what benefit I said? There is 5% chance that my one level can go outside. One control can go outside 2 SD. But when it is happening on the second time, it is not accepted. So 2 2s rule violation, it is within run. If two consecutive control values exceed the same plus or minus 2SD, it is 2-2S violation. There are two terminologies which I would like to emphasize here: within run and across. What is within run? I have a chemistry control or hematology control, which is of 3 levels, or chemistry control of 2 levels. What has happened? My both controls, level 1 and level 2, are outside the 2SD on the same side. They have to be on the same side. Not that one on this side, one on the other side. That's a different rule. They are on the same side. So if my control level 1 is out of this thing and control level 2 is also on the up plus 2SD, that means within the run, within the same run, because I'm running both the controls in the same run, my run is violated. But supposing, I'll give you another example. I have a 24/7 lab or a day lab, or you can say day running lab. Yesterday, my control level 1 was outside 2SD. The next day, when I again ran my control level 1, again it was outside 2SD on the same side. So this is 2-2S violation. 2-2S violation is something which is not acceptable. It detects that something is going grossly wrong in the system because it is happening. The same thing is happening on the same side. So it detects a systematic error. It's not a random error. It's a systematic error. You have to reject this run. You have to ensure that you get a QC in the right way. And till that point of time, you cannot process patient results. And even if they have been processed, you cannot release those reports. Coming to the third condition, R4S. Now say, for example, R4S. So what does R4S say? One control out of 2SD and other control out of 2SD on different sides. When one control measurement exceeds 2SD and other exceeds the minus 2SD. So one goes out of 2SD, one goes out of 2SD. Again, this can be within run, across run. Within run means what? Level 1 plus 2, beyond plus 2SD, level 2 beyond minus 2SD. The difference is 4SD. Or across run, morning level 1 was 2SD. Evening I did the same run again. Again it was across to, like on the other side it was 2SD. So it can be either way. If I do the same sample in the evening and if it goes out, it will be across run, but the error will be 2-2SD. But when it goes on the other side, it is called as R4S. So again, this is a rejection rule. You cannot release patient results, and it is an example that something is grossly happening. It's a systematic error. There is something called as 4-1S. What is 4-1S rule? There's a 4-1S rule, 10x rule, something like that. Like 4 points, 4 consecutive points. They are on the one side of the mean. So they are beyond 1SD, but they could be beyond, well within 2SD, but they are just outside on only one side. So it's something is going wrong, something is going on one side. So you can't reject a run, but you'll have to monitor, or some mean has shifted. So 4-1SD is not one that really needs to be followed up in the daily. Same is about 10x, 10 consecutive ratings on one side of the mean. It could be for the same level of control or different level of controls. So that's 10x. What is more important? Like when you run control, there are 3 rules one should follow it. One is the warning rule. 1-2 is nothing to be done but to monitor. And you can follow 2 important rules. 1-3S, which is either a random error or a beginning of systematic error. 2-2S also you can follow. Very easy to follow these 2 rules. 100% systematic error. And if required, if you have some IT support or software, then you can follow R4S rules. Other rules need not be followed. So this is all about the Westcott rules. And so what if your rule is violated? What you have to do? You can't process the samples. So the best way is that you rerun the QC as a first measure. If it works out, fine. If not, then recalibrate and rerun QC. If it still doesn't work, change control and rerun. Still doesn't work, change calibrator. Calibrate the system with new calibrator, rerun QC. If nothing works, you have to check for the entire thing, the entire system, reagent, equipment, electrical fluctuations, quality of water, and so on. So that's how you handle a QC outlier. I'll take 5 minutes more to 5 to 10 minutes more. I know that I'm getting a bit delayed, but it was a huge topic, and I'll try to cover external quality control in a very, very brief way. So external quality control is also termed as proficiency testing. It can also be called as interlab comparison. There are various companies in the market, predominantly Biorad and Randox are the leaders in India. They are international players who have external quality controls. But apart from them, there are other products which come like hematology. They come from AM, CMC, Vellore. You have biochemistry, hematology products, certain microbiology. Then you have College of American Pathologists, CAP controls, ECAS programs, and so on. So what's an external quality assessment program? It is a program in which multiple samples or specimens are periodically distributed to laboratories for analysis. So you get you get the sample from them. You have to analyze that sample and you have to report that result. Each laboratory results, then each laboratory result is then compared with those of other laboratories in the group and reported to the participant laboratory. So what it is, supposingly there are 100 participants and for all 100 participants, the ECA sample will come. Each lab is to analyze that sample, give their report. Based on that, they will analyze and they will find the mean, they will find the standard deviation, the CV of those results. And based on that, they will say how much your value has differed from the mean of the total group. So that is what the external quality control program is all about. Please try to understand certain subtle differences between these two programs. Internal quality control is something which we run on a daily basis, or at least with the batch in certain example. ICA sample is run less often. It is typically tested, like depends on the frequency, 2 weeks, either month or quarters or sometimes once in 6 months. So frequency is very, very less. Lab can compare results to a known mean because you have your lab defined mean, so you can immediately compare and the feedback is very, very immediate. But analyte levels, here you don't know the analyte level. So once you do it after 10, 15 days, months, in certain cases, you get the result. So feedback is retrospective. So you do not know what has happened for your results which have gone in that period. So if you really get your outlier in ICAS, you don't know what, since when the outlier was there and since when your results are inaccurate. So that's a drawback of ICAS. And more and so internal quality controls more for precision, external quality controls more for accuracy. But by and large, yes, both internal and IQC are important to ensure reliable results. There are multiple players into this, the CAP, Biorad, Randox, CMC, Vellore, AIMS, and so on. What I will do is I will just take, I had an entire presentation of Biorad, Randox, and CMC, Vellore, but I'll take one example of Biorad. So you can pick up anything and how to interpret that report. What we usually do, we just send the sample, we get the result, whether we see something is outlier or no. Say, for example, this is the cover page, and this cover page of Biorad will show me albumin as it's showing me an triangle. So this triangle is my Z score is between 2 to 3, and there is no Z score beyond 3. So less than 2 Z score is acceptable. 2 to 3 is a warning. I'll have to ensure that something is going wrong in this, and I'll check in for my next sample what is happening to albumin and rejection. So we see only this part and then we don't go anything about it. There's a lot in the report which we can understand. So what is lot in the report? This is something what your system is all about. I'll not go in details about it. So if you see the detailed report, it comes like this, and this a tick shows that okay, everything is fine. If something is going wrong, it will come as a Z score. If it is between 2 to 3, it will come as an triangle, inverted triangle in yellow. If it is beyond 3, it will come as an red cross. So then it will show what's your result, mean, Z score, and so on. So this is exact. And when you find this, you are all happy. Okay, everything is going good. I don't have to worry about it. But I think if you go for the individual analyte report, for each test, if you see the report, this report really tells you lot many things. And what is that lot many things? If you see the upper part, it is a comparative statistics. It has got 3 things: your mode, your method, and your peer. What does it mean? Your mode. The terminology will vary from different manufacturers, like AIMS will have a different terminology, CMC Vellore will have a different terminology, but the concept is same. So your mode is what? Your mode is the test that has been done by any method, any equipment. How many total participants? 242 participated. This is their mean, this is their SD, this is CV. Your method. Now, this is a test report of osmolarity. Now, this is the any method, any equipment. Your method, your exact specific method. Instrument may vary. But if you have followed one method, say for example, just put it as glucose. So I'm doing glucose by GOD, POD. And this mode will have GOD, POD, hexokinase or any other method across all the equipments. This your method will be only by the GOD, POD. So the number will come down. Okay, the GOD, POD will have a lesser number. So this is exactly your method. And third is your peer, means exactly the person who matches with you. I'm using, say, for example, a Beckman equipment and Beckman reagent. Then my data will be compared only with those who have Beckman equipment and Beckman reagent. So understood this concept? So it depends exactly where you have to compare yourself. Sometimes you take this, and especially a government lab. So you work with the open system reagents. You can't have your peer because you will not have a peer. There is nobody working with you because majority of the people who are participating are working with closed systems. So what you have to do, either you can go with your method or your mode. So this is the choice one has to do. Same thing has been graphically represented. So this is exactly what you get. So the graphical representations will come over here. And if you see here, you find an arrow here. So this is a peer distribution. So this is the mode distribution is this one, the entire group. And on that mode, the arrow shows where your result is. So you're right in the center. Your method, you're almost in the center, and your peer, exact peer, is here. Then what you get is the Z-score. If you see this plot is the Z-score. What it is giving me? It is plotting my Z-score for that particular parameter, say for osmolarity, for last 12 estimations. I have been participating in the quality control program. In my last 12 readings, what has been my Z-score? And if I see here, for last 12 months, my Z-score is well within 1 SD. So this parameter is performing really, really nicely. If I'm getting a trend or if I'm getting a shift, if I'm getting variable, this thing, it's a time to worry. So there's one more diagram which I'll show you later. Okay, I don't have an option to show it later. If you see this plot, leave about these arrows. This plot is called as a Yund plot, YUNDT Yund plot. What is a Yund plot? It is showing me my Z-score against the concentration of the external quality control material. Every time they will give you different material of not of the same concentration. So here, say for example, in last 12 cycles, 12 samples, Bio-Rad had given a sample of osmolarity which had minimum osmolarity of 325 and maximum of 475. And what I am getting here, if you can see closely, 325, my results are very close to the mean, 356 also close. So I am able to understand whether with change in concentration variation, my results are varying. Give you a simple example. Supposing there is a very close agreement over here, my all results are beyond 1 SD. But at 475, if I'm getting results between 2 to 3 SD, what it is telling me? It is telling me your system is perfectly working fine up to 421, but at higher level, your system is not performing rightly. So I'll have to carry out linearity check again of my system. Same thing can happen at a lower end or at a higher end. So this will tell you exactly, it will tell you entire range. And one more important thing which many of you miss is it gives you a table, and in this table it will give you top 9 to 10 performing equipments. Which is the equipment for this particular analyte, which equipment is doing best and has got the list CV and is very, very highest Z-score or like minimal Z-score. So you'll get the top 10 equipments. This data becomes useful when you want to go for a change in equipment or for a new equipment. If you study this data, you will know that, okay, now this particular equipment is doing very good for this parameter. So based on my product, like my test menu, I can select what exact equipment I can go ahead. So I'll not go in details about it. And this is a summary report which you get with the every sample. And these are the total number of say 12 months. Every month you are getting a sample. Again, as an assessor, when I go, I only see this report. Because once I see this report, it gives me a summary. And like just by going through this, I can see that everything is working fine. But magnesium, like there is a problem in first sample, second sample, fourth sample. So there is something wrong in the magnesium. So I can go in details about magnesium and try to find out what exactly things have gone wrong. But example here, cholinesterase, here it has gone an outlier. Here my Z score has really gone up, and the value is so I'll just see whether the lab has done a corrective action. And if I see closely here, it has gone beyond 3SD, and in the next sample also it is between 2 to 3SD. So the corrective action taken by the lab is not appropriate, and lab has to work on it to ensure that cholinesterase comes well within 2SD. So I will not go into recast because I have a lot to speak, which will have, like, recast will use the term, like Byrad uses the term of Z score, recast use the terminology of target score, and the CMC value that many of us government lab practice, they use a scoring called as variance index scoring. You can log into CMC report is not only this much, it goes much beyond this. It, like, for each parameter they will give you what exactly has happened for different test methodology, your graphical representation, and so on. So friends, there's a lot many more. It is not a topic which is a separate topic by itself which has to be taken, but I tried to cover it. And if there is an ICAS outlier, I would like everyone to from the Google this Biorad ICAS troubleshoot checklist. It's a very, very wonderful checklist, and if you use this checklist, I think you are able to address all your ICAS queries and you are able to correct your ICAS outliers. So I'll not go this. So just to conclude a take-home message, it's important to calibrate the system with traceable calibrators. IQC ICAS implementation is not difficult, but many a times it lacks proper monitoring and necessary corrective actions. Today, various types of lab softwares are available for quality monitoring, which is a boon. There's a lot of middleware available today. Continue doing good work, what you do well. Identify gaps, resolve, recheck, and move forward. High degree of commitment and motivation with all required infrastructure and time is the key to success. So thank you one and all for patient listening, and thank you MUHS for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much. I'll be happy to take some questions, and sorry for slight delay in concluding my session.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the elaborate talk on the importance of calibration and controls. And sir, also regarding the plotting and interpretation of LJ charting, the accuracy of results. It was a really wonderful class, sir. I would request the participants to please type in their queries in the chat box if you have any.
Yes, on behalf of MUHS Nasik, my heartfelt thanks to respected Dr. Pramod Ingre, sir. Sir has really made very complex concepts of standardization, mean, SD, and I would have never thought, being a community medicine person, that CV and all things would come into picture in GLP, but sir has simplified them so well for everyone to understand. Thank you so much for sparing your valuable time and your expert inputs, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Supriya. Thank you so much.
Participants, you may put your questions. Everyone is thanking sir. Of course, yes, sir's session was really wonderful. Any questions, anyone? Yes, thank you so much, participants, for your positive feedback, and thank you once again, Dr. Ingre, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we've now announced the lunch break, and you may remain logged in. That's better. And 2:15 sharp, we will start the next session. So in case you're planning to log out and log in again, please log in sharp at 2. Okay, what happens is the person starts taking the session, becomes a co-host, and those notifications, because throughout the day, randomly the PG students are logging in, out, apna hi ghar hai. It's not like that. We are taking random attendance screenshots. Okay. Yeah, somebody is worried about the certificates. We will let you know about the certificates, dear. Your continuous attendance to each and every session is more important. Learning is more important than obtaining certificates. So if your name is not reflecting in the random attendance that we are taking by Zoom screenshots, no certificates will be allotted. So don't move in and out of the meeting, please. Okay, 2:15 we will start the next session and log in sharp at 2. Thank you all. Mr. Badane sir, are you there? We need to make Dr. Shirish Malvankar sir co-host. Good afternoon once again. So we have few participants who have not yet joined in, but we will stick to the timeline of our workshop. And we do have our next faculty with us. A warm welcome to respected Dr. Shirish Malvankar sir on behalf of MUHS. Sir had joined, and I think, sir, you have been made the co-host. So now I will hand it over to Dr. Joymita. You are here?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Dr. Joymita and Dr. Aswati, please take over. Please introduce, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to invite Dr. Shirish Malvankar for his session on overview of standard operating procedures. Sir is a Chief Mentor Medical Affairs at Rivara Labs Private Limited. He is a founder director at Lotus Microbiologists. He is a consulting microbiologist at Sri Mahavir Jain Hospital, Thane, a lead assessor at NABL and a reviewer of Indian Journal of Medical Microbiology. Sir has a 25 plus years of experience in diagnostics industry, including laboratory management, product management, clinical research, and diagnostic product development. I would like, sir, I would request you to share your screen with us and carry forward with the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joynika. Is my screen visible now?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. Fine. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you to MUHS MARDCON for inviting me for this session. Speaking in an afternoon session is always a little difficult. I hope all of you have had a nice full lunch, and I'll try my best to keep you all awake. I'll be speaking on standard operating procedures. And when you think about standard operating procedures, you usually think about a booklet in which, all the processes that are written down, and you need to, abide by these processes. But let me give you a real life scenario just to put things in the perspective. A lab in Mumbai, this rains, and you know how the rains are in Mumbai. And at least twice or thrice in the monsoon season, there is always a day where, always those days where most of the senior staffs are unable to reach the laboratory or they're going to be late. Now, there is this one junior lab technician who has managed to reach the laboratory. The patients are waiting for the reports. Some of them are critical. The laboratory manager now has to do a quick risk assessment. Does he need to wait and wait for all his staff members to come in and then start processing? He risks losing business to these disgruntled customers, disgruntled patients. So the junior staff is now asked to initiate the processing of the sample. Since he's reached the lab, they want him to start, the processes. What document should he or she refer to ensure that the test is processed accurately? This document is called the Standard Operating Procedure. It is a lifesaver in many ways. It ensures that the samples are processed appropriately. That is, at the end of the day, every patient needs a correct report. It helps save business loss. So there are no disgruntled patients or clinicians, or at least the minimum of queries or minimum of complaints from the patients or clinicians regarding the turnaround time of the reports. Every laboratory operates through multiple interlinked processes. Now, these interlinked processes, as I'm sure in the previous sessions, these must have been covered. Pre-analytical processes, whether the sample is collected properly or not, whether it is collected in the right container, whether it is transported at the right temperature and received in the laboratory within an appropriate time frame. Then there are analytical processes, that is, whether the sample was processed appropriately with appropriate reagents and consumables on a well-calibrated equipment, along with an appropriate quality control runs. Then there are post-analytical processes, whether the test results are interpreted correctly, documented appropriately on a report format, and easily understood by the clinician or the patient. Now, the difference between a productive, successful laboratory business and a not so successful one is when all these wheels or various parts are moving in synergy. All those processes, pre-analytical, analytical, post-analytical, have to move in synergy, and each of these small processes needs an SOP. So what is an SOP? It is a document that provides clear-cut directions and detailed instructions needed to perform a specific task consistently and efficiently.
The importance of SOP, yes, it ensures consistency and efficiency. It ensures quality assurance of the lab processes. It enables proper onboarding and training, that is induction of new staff into the laboratory processes, reduces misunderstanding. So there is only one way that a test can be done. There are no two ways. There cannot be a senior technician doing it by one way and a junior by another way. There is a clear single way of doing things. And this improves safety for patients as well as the laboratory staff. Many of us feel that the flow charts that we develop, these things which we stick on our notice boards, that, okay, fine, this is how you remember things. You do 1, 2, 3, 4. If one is done, then you do the next step, second, then third. But a flow chart is not an SOP. Flow charts or work desk instruction, they only sketch the journey of, or rather, they take you from step A to step B. But an SOP offers a more detailed map to navigate this journey successfully. So what are the elements of a well-written SOP? It is a more elaborate document that addresses the why, who, where, when, what, and how of the process. Let's see how this is done. So the first element of a well-written SOP is the purpose of the SOP. Now, every test processed in the laboratory needs an SOP. It allows the laboratory staff to execute an XYZ test effectively and consistently. The next element is principle or method of the procedure. For example, if you have a PS4MP, and are you doing it by a Leishman stain, by a Wright stain, whichever is the method, it needs to be documented. Antibiotic sensitivity test, if it's performed, the SOP should mention whether it's by a disc diffusion method or it is by an automated Vitek method. If you are doing a dengue NS1 antigen, the SOP should mention whether you are doing by the rapid FAT test, that's immunochromatography, or you're doing it by ELISA. So SOP has to be specific for the method that is used. The next element of a well-written SOP is who is your target audience? Who is it intended for? For example, a urine culture SOP is for the laboratory staff which works in microbiology section. But a T3, T4, TSH SOP, the laboratory staff of the special chemistry section will be reading and understanding that SOP. A SOP for registration and billing of samples, it's the reception staff, that's the target audience. The next requirement of a well-written SOP is the specimen, what kind of requirements and what kind of additives. So for example, if it's a urine or a sputum culture SOP, urine in a sterile container or sputum in a sterile container, that's the requirement. Histology SOP is a tissue in formalin, or if it's a CBC, a whole blood in EDTA, lavender top tube, that's the requirement. The patient preparations or instructions also need to be very clearly defined. For example, if it's a urine culture SOP, you need to mention how a midstream clean catch urine sample is collected. If it's a lipid profile test, you need to mention that a 12-hour fasting is required. And if it's a sputum AFP test, you need to mention what prior the patient needs to be doing, that he needs to rinse his mouth and he needs to expectorate rather than spit out the sample. The required equipment and reagents for that particular test. So for example, a CBC test would require a hematology analyzer, a slide stainer, the reagent packs from the instrument vendors, and all these the instruments and the individual reagent packs that are required need to be mentioned in the SOP. Now, this could be in a closed system, could be from the instrument vendor itself, but let's say a laboratory is using a semi-automated biochemistry analyzer, then that biochemistry analyzer and the reagents from any other XYZ manufacturer that the laboratory is using for those particular tests need to be a part of the SOP. All smear culture and sensitivity SOPs need to have a mention of your individual steps, your grams and AFB staining, your culture media, the ATCC strains if applicable, and the Vitek instrument if applicable. Environmental and safety protocols, if at all, need to be followed for doing a particular test, need to be mentioned in the SOP. For example, all specimens to be opened in a biosafety cabinet only in micro and molecular departments. All histopathology samples need to be opened in a fume hood only. The housekeeping SOPs need to have a mention about designated corridors for sample transport. The samples should not be ideally going through any admin area. The procedural steps for that test also need to be mentioned. The SOP for the stains need to say which stains, how much type. For example, if it's a gram stain, all the 4 different stains, how much time it requires for each step needs to be mentioned there. If it's a blood collection SOP, the order of draw, in what order would you draw the sample? So it's usually the blood culture vial which is done, which is collected first, and then later on, all the other vials are to be collected. This order of draw needs to be mentioned in the SOP. The instrument operating SOP, if at all it's an SOP which is talking about an operation of a particular instrument, the stepwise initiation process, are there any self checks to be done before actual use? Those need to be mentioned in that particular SOP. The quality control procedures need to be mentioned again, the SOP. In case of hematology or biochemistry SOP, how many levels of controls, how often in the day the laboratories, as per the laboratory protocol, that needs to be mentioned. If it is a serology or a molecular biology SOP, how many positive controls, how many negative controls, blanks, calibrators, whatever the laboratory is actually doing needs to be mentioned in that SOP. Are there any interfering substances which could interfere with the results? That also needs to be mentioned. How is hemolysis or a lipemic sample, how is it going to affect the results? How are you going to retrieve a mildly hemolytic or a mildly lipemic samples? And when would you reject these samples need to be mentioned. Any cross-reacting factors, for example, cross-reacting antibodies amongst, let's say, flaviviruses like dengue, chikungunya, hepatitis C, or any interference with autoimmune antibodies in your regular serology parameters, that needs to be mentioned in the SOP. Calculation formulae, if any, for example, the direct-indirect bilirubin, which is deduced, or certain lipid parameters which are deduced in biochemistry SOP, the calculation formulae needs to be mentioned there. Quantitative results in infectious diseases, for example, any calculation or conversion of units from IU to the kit-based units or anything that needs to be there, the calculation formula need to be mentioned in the SOP. The reference ranges need to be also mentioned in the SOP. For example, the normal ranges in case of hematology biochemistry SOPs, or how the result is depicted. For example, whether you are for the antibody results as reactive, non-reactive, or detected, not detected, or if calibrators are being used for some quantitative test, then whether it is less than or more than a particular detection limit, that needs to be mentioned on the SOP. When to raise an alarm? What are the critical values? Now, for example, in infections, you are dengue positive or H1N1 or a COVID positive. That needs to be called out immediately to the physician. That needs to be mentioned in the SOP. The biochemistry, whether the blood glucose, now this can differ from different lab to lab. Creatinine values more than 1.3, some take it as 1.5. Those need to be appropriately mentioned in those particular SOPs. The SOP usually also has a brief interpretation of the report. This here you reaffirm the intended indication of the test. For example, is it a screening test? Is it a confirmatory test? That needs to be mentioned once again. How do you correlate it with clinical picture? Any reasons to suspect a false positive or a false negative needs to be mentioned. Any supplementary tests suggested for confirmation, for example, if you have an HIV 1 and 2 antibody reactive, you can suggest a Western blot for confirmation. That needs to go in this interpretation of the report. And finally, the references and the annexures. So references are the methods to standard textbook, the recent editions of standard textbook, or recent literature is a must. Formats to maintain records of quality control, instrument maintenance can also be attached annexures to the relevant SOPs. Worksheet formats or work desk instructions can also be annexed to the individual SOPs. For example, if a laboratory is using a particular format for let's say their urine culture, then that urine culture work desk instruction or a worksheet format can be attached as an annexure. But that does not double up as an SOP itself, as we discussed in the previous slides. So if you go back to the statement that we made, that SOP is an elaborate document that addresses the why, who, where, when, what, and how of the process. But how elaborate should it actually be? If it is too elaborate, you run the risk of, putting off people from reading it. So if it's too elaborate, split it into two separate SOPs. For example, an instrument operation and an instrument troubleshooting can be split into two different SOPs intended for the junior and senior staff, respectively. So SOP, remember, SOP is not a thesis. It is a quick reference guide, which is easily retrievable, easily understandable, easily executable, and easily interpretable for someone to pick up a test and start performing. So let's come back to that lab in Mumbai Rains. Now, if the junior laboratory technician who was asked to start processing, if he can find the SOP in the first place, so SOP is not something which is kept under lock and key of the laboratory head or the laboratory manager. It has to be available to the staff. If he can read and understand it, if he can perform the test appropriately, and if he is able to do a basic troubleshoot if needed, and he can keep the results ready to be interpreted and authorized by senior staff, that's a well-written SOP. Just enough to get the job done, good enough to provide for basic troubleshooting and interpretation. And yes, your SOP can be a true lifesaver. Thank you for your time. I'll be happy to take your questions.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time and informative session and educating us on the elements of a well-written SOP. If anybody has any queries, please ask your questions in the question answer box. Okay, thank you, sir, for the lecture. I would like to invite Dr. Sarbek De, Organizing Secretary, MUHS MARDCON 2024, Vice President, Central MARD, to address the vote of thanks.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Joymita and Ashwati, for wonderfully moderating this entire
Sarbik,
event.
can I disturb you for a moment, Sarbik?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Bhadane sir, would you please post the evening attendance link?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Sarbik, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I would like to thank Joymita and Ashwati for being wonderful moderators of this event. MARDCON was just a dream that Central Mart had conceived, but without the support of MUHS, it wouldn't have been a reality. Hence, foremost, I would like to thank MUHS Vice Chancellor ma'am for helping us throughout and supporting us to make this event a reality. I would also like to thank Dr. Mrinal Patil ma'am, Dean of Academics MUHS, for guiding us on every step and being invested totally since the last 1 month into ensuring that this conference is a reality. Would also like to thank Dr. Supriya Dhakne ma'am, the head of IMATT of MUHS, for guiding us through during this entire time, and also the MUHS office bearers and the technical team of MUHS who have been helping to execute this event so technically appropriately. Would also like to thank the JJ faculty, JJ Dean, Dr. Pallavi Sapade ma'am, Vice Dean, Dr. Chavan sir, and Dr. Chaya Velpi ma'am, along with all the faculty who have been always there to support us. And lastly, most importantly, would like to make an account to appreciate Dr. Abhijit Helke, the Central MARD the Central MARD President, who has been working day in and day out to ensure that this event is done. And also, I would like to thank all the participants who have been here, who have attended the workshop. I hope that you have gained good experience and would implement the good clinical practices and laboratory practices into your profession. And would like to remind you all that this is just the first part of the conference, and we are all looking forward to meeting you all next week on Saturday in JJ Hospital, Mumbai, where a lot many things are waiting for you all. And lastly, cheers to all of us for being a part of this wonderful conference. We hope, the Central MARD team hopes, that this becomes an annual affair, and it is being conducted in different colleges every year from henceforth. Thank you all. Thank you for being a part of this.
Thank you, Sarbik. Just before everyone leaves, please, there is an assessment form which will be circulating. And it's mandatory. The assessment is mandatory for obtaining certificate. So we will post it in the chat box right now. And we will also share it on WhatsApp. Okay. So thank you, one and all, once again. Thanks to all the esteemed speakers. Special thanks to Dr. Jayanti Shastri ma'am for coordinating this workshop and finding probably one of the best faculty for this particular workshop. And my thanks to respected Dean Academics Madam and Honorable VC Ma'am and all statutory officers of MUHS and my support staff at IIME Triple-T Nasik. The delegates, the Central MARD, thank you so much. Attendance link is already posted. Please refer to the group chat, people. Attendance link I will WhatsApp to Abhijit as well, and assessment link also I am sending him. Thank you.